Association on the theme Emerging India at Qatar. We are requested to kindly take your seats as we will be starting the program shortly. Our dignitaries are about to arrive. Thank you so much. I request once again to all gathering to kindly take their seats in the auditorium. Our dignitaries are about to arrive. Thank you so much.
एक बैटरी दे दो
Dear friends, our dignitaries have arrived.
हाँ कर दो ऑन
May we have a huge round of applause for our dignitaries. Namaskar and a very jubilant good morning to our dignitaries, industry experts, academic and corporate sponsors, media patrons, delegates, faculty members, dear students, and all present. On behalf of GHAZIABAD Management Association, I once again effusively welcome you all for its 33rd annual convention on emerging India at Amrita. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? galaxy of luminaries from industry and academia, researchers together for our chief guest, Ambassador Deepak Bora, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister in South Sudan, Guinea-Bissau and Ladakh, Autonomous India Development Council, Kargil. Our guest honor, Mr. S. Kumar, MD and CEO, Shriram Pistons and Drinks Limited, accompanied by Mr. Dharmesh Singh, President GHAZIABAD and Deputy Executive Director, Shriram Pistons and Drinks Limited, Mr. S. Tiwari, Senior Vice President GHAZIABAD and General Manager, Godfrey Philips India Limited, Dr. T.R. Patil, already Secretary GMA and Director Ajay Kumar Garg, Institute of Management, Mr. Vinay Gupta, Executive Director, GHAZIABAD Management Association. Put your hands together and request to ladies and gentlemen for leading leaders. Before commencing the program, I request you all to kindly rise in honor of the national anthem. दीप ज्योति परब्रह्म दीप ज्योति जनार्दन दीपों में हरात्मा दीप ज्योति नमोस्तुते. It is a glorious Indian tradition to begin any auspicious event by lighting the ceremonial lamp for Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and power. I humbly please. May the divine causes continue sharp praises of the I request the dignity to kindly take his seat on the dais, please. I request our chief guest, Ambassador Deepak Bora, our guest of honor, Mr. S. Kumar, Mr. Dharmesh Singh, President GA, Mr. S. Tiwari, Dr. T.R. Patil, and Mr. Vinay Gupta to kindly take his seat on the dais. Thank you, please. Dear friends, At GMA strongly believe and adhere to innovative thinking, leadership, constructive impact, and nurturing collaborative community for lifelong learning. In this direction, the 33rd Annual Convention on Emerging at Amritkal aspires to strengthen comprehensive declarations in order to arrive at a course of actionable points that accurately describe the path to follow, the problem challenges and the way forward. It is a privilege to have us today an august combination of leading think tanks for perspective sharing the vision of process. Thanks to for our distinguished guest position, Ambassador Deepak Moraji, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister, Lesotho, South Sudan, Autonomous Development Council, Cardiac. We request Dr. Tanveer Singh to welcome sir by presenting with the signing a symbol of growth and longevity. Please, sir. We have a huge round of applause. We are honored to be joined by our guest of honor, Mr. S. Vishnukumar, MD and CEO, Shri Ram Systems Limited. We request Mr. N. Rajan, NGTL, to kindly present a green welcome to sir. Please, sir. A big round of applause for our guest of honor. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. Please. Honor to have with us.
Thank you.
Put your hand together for this. Tanveer Singh, President GMA, and Deputy Executive Director, Shri Systems Limited, honored to have with us today, sir. We request Dr. D. Vishnukumar sir to present a very something to his testimony as a token of respect. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir. Please put your hands together, Mr. GHAZIABAD, Vice President GMA, and General Manager of Oil Philips India Limited. It's an honor to have you with us, sir. We request Mr. Vijay, Director, GHAZIABAD Institute of Management, GHAZIABAD. A big round of applause for him. We request Mr. Sukhdeep, Director, Sukhdeep Private Limited, to kindly present a total greeting to Dr. GHAZIABAD. Please, sir. Can we have a huge applause, ladies and gentlemen? So good to have you with us. Thank you, President, sir. Please put your hands together, Mr. Vijay, Executive Director, GHAZIABAD Management Association. Thank you, sir, for your confidence, we request to guide President to Mr. Vinay. Please, sir. Since we have a huge applause for this. At this juncture, we also want to applaud our sincere gratitude to our organizing partners, Shri Ram Systems Limited, GHAZIABAD Institute of Management, Institute of Management Studies, Institute of Management Technologies, IIT Group of Institutions, Rajkumar Goyal Institute of Technology, GHAZIABAD Precision Products Limited, Micromatic Grinding Technologies Limited, API Identification, Diagnostic Automation and Control, International Tobacco Limited, and Future IT Zone for their support in organizing this great convention. Can we have a huge round of applause for the support of all our organizing partners? Thank you so much, patrons. We sincerely hope that the 33rd National Convention of GMA will indeed provide a bountiful platform to researchers, delegates, academicians, and all present for perspective sharing and collaborative learning, the dissemination of knowledge and experience sharing from experts from industry and academia worldwide, acclaimed experts would indeed be worth listening to. Taking the session forward, it has been rightly said, focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. A strong believer of these golden words is none other than Mr. Tanveer Singh, President GMA and Independent Director, Deputy Executive Director, Association and Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? It's simply done to introduce him. Mr. Sadhguru is a mechanical engineering graduate with over 35 years of illustrious experience in the field of manufacturing and project management and automotive industry. He has been associated with numerous reputed organizations of the stature of Yamaha Motor Company and Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited, which is the largest manufacturer and exporter of pistons, rings and engine valve in India. He has played a key role in the growth journey of the company and has been the key member and leader of the core team for implementing various manufacturing excellence initiatives, a globetrotter, a widely traveled leader. Mr. Dharmendra Singh has been an active member of the Executive Committee of GMA since 2012 and is currently holding the office of President GHAZIABAD Management Association. Can we have once again a huge round of applause for him? We now ask sir to kindly deliver the web address and brief on the thing. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Parul. Thanks for introducing me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to GHAZIABAD. On behalf of GMA, I extend a very welcome to you all to this 33rd annual convention of GHAZIABAD Management Association. The theme of the convention this year, as you can see on the screen, is Emerging India at the Rate of Amrit Kal. It is a profound privilege to extend a very warm welcome to our eminent Chief Guest of the inaugural session, Ambassador Shri Deepak Moraji, and keynote speaker, Shri S. Krishna Kumar, the MD CEO, GHAZIABAD Pistons and Rings Limited. I would request you all to please welcome the eminent guest once again with a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Ambassador Shri Deepak Moraji, IIFF officer, a motivational speaker, and above all, I have been told that he is a very handsome man. And that's true. And when I saw him physically, I really admired that. And he's one of the most handsome ambassadors in the country. Having worked as ambassador in many countries in the past, and with the government closely, sir possesses a deep understanding of global and Indian economy. So we are all delighted to have you with us today for this convention. Thank you so much. Shri Krishna Kumar ji, KK. This is how he is known in the industry. Well-known professional of the automotive industry, leader who dreams, a leader who inspires, and a leader who is full of passion to realize his dreams. Sir, come very talented in the field of automobile. Sir, we are overwhelmed with your presence in the convention today. First time to GMA. I also have welcome eminent speaker of the technical session. We have very interesting technical session today. Technical session 1, Delegation, Digitization and Startup. And for this we have Mr. Anup Kapoor, EVP Global Head in BPM, and Mr. Rajiv Bajaj, CEO of GHAZIABAD today. Technical session 2, Delivery Role of India. For this session we have Dr. Girish Mishra, Professor of Psychology, University of Delhi, and Dr. Vishal Bhatt, Director at GHAZIABAD. Valedictory session played by Mr. Arvind Kumar, DG Software Technology of India. My gratitude to the governing council of GMA and GMA members, head of corporate, head of institutions, faculty, students, and you all for a gracious presence today to make the convention a success. My sincere thanks to my family and all media fraternity join us for the convention today. Friends, the mission and vision of GHAZIABAD Management Association is to enable GHAZIABAD organization develop local competence and to facilitate this. GMA is always thinking of matters and topics for deliberation which are of utmost importance to the stakeholder of GHAZIABAD and industry, institution and individuals. Our last convening theme around ESG was the testimony of this. And again, this year, you will agree that cannot be more relevant than emerging India as the red call for this convention at this point of time. We all know that the 5 years starting from 2022 to 2047 has been declared as an Amrit Kaal by Honorable Prime Minister on 70th Independence Day in last year, and the ground is already set. We are fortunate enough to have eminent speaker Mr. Say to deliver on the opportunities, the challenges, and the way forward during this journey to build a new India for generations to come. Even at the cost of meeting, as you would have come across these figures, somewhere or other last couple of years, I will share some of them with you today because the more I read about these facts and figures, the more they excite me. These facts and figures tell us how rapidly things are changing in India and at the pace, at the scale is happening. This also strengthens our belief that the dream of development by 2047 is not unreal, and we are progressing well in that direction. Let us first look at the two of the various advantages India has, which no other country in the world has today. Truly so. The first one is the demographic advantage. A report published 2 days back by UN that India has now become the most populous country of the world, leaving behind China. And mind you, highest population of India, as we said earlier, is no more seen as a problem. It is not a problem, but it is seen as 1.4 billion opportunities for India. Why? Because out of the 1.4 billion people, 65% of the population is in the 35 year age, with the median age of 28 years, significantly lower than 38 in US, 39 in China, and 49 in Japan. India will have the largest workforce in the world for at least next 25 years to come. The fertility rate in India is below the replacement rate of 2.1. This is another important factor which proves that yes, is not a problem. The higher population is not a problem. This means more working population and less number of independent years to come. By 2047, when we turn 100, 21% of the world workforce and 20% of the world middle class will be in India. Second, important advantage we have is domestic consumption. India has the largest number of middle class people, and 60% of our GDP is driven by domestic consumption. And as urbanization grows, as digital innovation multiplies, and connectivity improves, the middle class and third India will be heading towards dynamic consumer economy. Now let's look at some of the challenges which is happening. Some of the changes happening in India, and the pace that it is happening. The infrastructure is a key pillar of growth. We all have seen in the last of years the kind of network and the rail network which has built in India and still happening with the pace. Presently, we have the second largest network in the world, and will soon become world's third largest market. It has helped in development significantly, reduce the turnaround time of trucks across borders, and hence improve the business and propelling the economy. Every minute, 30 people are moving from village to city. Imagine the kind of infrastructure we need in the years to come for water, education, housing, and many other things. Historically, more than 80% of countries' infrastructure is being spent on transportation, electricity, water, and irrigation. Another key driver of economy is digitization, where actually a transformation is happening. In 2015, global revenue of India per capita consumption was 100 in 2022. And you will now know that we are number one day, and we are the largest consumer of data in the world. Data says that every second, 3 new people are joining on net, and 2 of them are from villages. And mind you that 11% of the world's population is in Indian villages. In the year 2022, 41% of the real consumption what happened in India. This all started with very strong sections in terms of Aadhaar, Jan Dhan Yojana, and being followed by another very important thing that is ONDC. We have already done that world in many other areas such as the largest number of unicorn, having 40% of the world global capability center, and number of AAs, etc. with all this happening, we have already become fifth largest economy of the world, leaving behind last year. It's projected that by the end, we will replace Germany and be at the fourth position. By 2030, we will be third largest economy of the world, replacing Japan. And by the time we turn red and celebrate the independence year in 2047, we are expected to be the second largest economy behind US. I think all clap for this. Friends, it looks like a dream day. Really, it looks like a dream. And it reminds you of a wonderful quote written by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, where he writes, dreaming is not that you see while sleeping. It is something that does not let you sleep. Friends, you all know that opportunity brings one set of challenges them, and so will be this. So just look at them very quickly. See, we can leverage our demographic advantage only when we are able to skill our youth and generate jobs for millions of youth flooding the job market. Quality of education is a challenge for making our youth employable. Growth has to be inclusive, not restricted to the big cities, and the gap between poor and rich should reduce. This can all happen when there are more job creators and job seekers. This will require ecosystem of sustainable startup and emerging growth. Development has to women led, and for this female women work participation in literacy rate has to improve. Lastly, growth has to stay sustainable. This is going to be the most challenge for the coming century is the climate challenge, and this will require a lot of political commitment, technical innovation, awareness, and commitment at individual level. साथियों, with all these difficulties, अमृत प्राप्त है तो अमृत तो जरूर मिलेगा, लेकिन उसके लिए समुद्र मंथन करना होगा। समुद्र की गहराई मेरे मंजूर है, रास्ते कठिन हैं, बाधाएं आएंगी, परेशानियां आएंगी, लेकिन सफलता जरूर मिलेगी और नए भारत का सपना जरूर पूरा होगा अगर मन में विश्वास है, इरादे मजबूत हैं और दिल में जुनून है। With this, before I end, मैं बाबा जी द्वारा रचित पंक्तियां आपके साथ साझा करना चाहूँगा। This is all about working together because all these challenges we need holding hands of each other. क्योंकि समुद्र मंथन के लिए भी सबका साथ जरूरी था और जरूरी है। तो this says like this, बाधाएं आती हैं, घिरे प्रलय की ओर हटाएं, पांव के नीचे अंगारे, सिर पे बरसते हैं ज्वालाएं, निज हाथों से हंसते आग लगा कर जलना होगा, निज हाथों से हंसते आग लगा कर जलना होगा, कदम मिला कर चलना होगा, कदम मिला कर चलना होगा। बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका। Thank you all once again for coming in such a large number to make this convention a success. Have a great learning. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your valued words, sir. Quite rightly said, there wouldn't have been a more pertinent theme for today's convention than emerging at Amrital, and we as it is proud to be a Indian for making such indelible marks on the global landscape by each passing day. And we are confident in the minister that organized under your inspiring leadership, today's glittering convention would provide ample opportunities for discussion, debate, and exchange of ideas on this pertinent theme. May we have a huge round of applause for GHAZIABAD Association for carrying on the legacy of organizing such relevant conventions on such contemporary themes year after year after year. This indeed calls for a huge round of applause. Congratulations, dear friends, very rightly, a pioneer has a vision and conviction that a dream can be achieved and inspires the power and energy to get it done. Thus, the road to success is not a path you find, but a trail you blaze. One such trailblazer is none other than our eminent guest of honor, Mr. S. Vishnu Kumar, MD and CEO Shriram Systems and Drinks Limited. We have a huge round of applause for sir, and we also request Mr. Vinay Gupta to kindly introduce sir. Please, sir.
Thank you, Paru. Good morning, friends. It's a privilege to introduce Mr. Kumar. He is currently the MD and CEO of Shriram Systems and Drinks Limited. In the past, he has managed leadership roles with Bharat Forge Limited, Eaton Corporation, and Chef primarily in the automotive space. He is a resilient, customer-oriented, seasoned professional with over 3 decades of outcome-driven leadership roles in diverse industries. For over 2 decades, he has been handling complete ELN of multinational companies in India and overseas. He was handling the overseas operations of Bharat Forge in Europe and US operations, apart from being the president of strategic business. He was also the Asia Pacific president for Eaton based out of Shanghai. KK as he is called. Has an excellent blend of technical, commercial and financial acumen. He is an excellent team leader and an out-of-box thinker with profound exposure in the automotive and CV industry. He is an active member of ACMA, CII, FAE, ASOCAM and IMA and is involved in various social activities, especially focusing on girl child education. He is an MBA, BE Mechanical and Export Management. He has a lot of affiliations as co-chairperson of National Council of Auto Auxiliaries of ASOCAM, member National Council of Making Manufacturing Institute in CII, and special invitee to the Northern Regional Council of CII. With this, I request Mr. Krishna to kindly come and deliver your address.
Good morning. First and foremost, thank you for the excellent introduction. And I must really thank GMA for allowing me to speak before Mr. Deepak Vora. Primarily because we all know him. He's an excellent, eloquent speaker, man with huge experience, and a person whom we all look forward to, and whom we have seen nowadays. We have seen on TV and on the stage. So to be sitting with him on the dais is a big honor. Thank you very much. Dharmendra gave some facts about what's happening in India. I was, while I was driving down this morning, I was thinking, what do we speak on topic like emerging India at Amritsar? And because the topic is so huge, you can speak forever. You can go on and on and on. So when I'm that I have 20 minutes and I have to package this whole discussion and topic within 20 minutes, I think it's going to be a tough job. But I try my best to give a context and try to also give some kind of direction to this whole discussion. So the way I thought is, let's speak about what's happened in India in the past, what has happened to date, then talk about what's going to happen next decade, right? And then what should businesses do to face challenges and opportunities that are going to come way. As a third thought of my talk. So let's start from where India was. I'm sure all of you might have read India used to be a thriving economy in the past. Let's say from the first AD to something like 17th century, India was in fact leading in the economy
and used to be constituting almost anywhere between 17 to 25% of the GDP of the world. I don't know how many of you know this, but this is a fact. And systematically this got used for a period of the next 300 years. And I would say that by the time we went for independence, India was almost at something like 2% of the GDP. India was contributing only 2% of the GDP. And post-independence, somewhere let's say immediately after the independence, 4 or 5 years after independence and partition and everything that happened, India was at 0.6% of the GDP of the world. Now, over the last 70 years, things have changed. And things have started changing. Primarily, we saw the demographic issues, how we talked about, you heard Arvind talk also about some exciting issues that are happening. And we have come to a situation where we can say that India is today the 5th largest economy. We constitute very close to 4% of the GDP of the world. And I am very sure that over the next 5 years, we will be crossing the 5 trillion mark, thereby going close to around 60% of the GDP of the world. Today, America is around 24%, it constitutes around 24% of GDP of the world, China is around 15%, and very soon, I think, for India to beat China is going to take some time, but for sure, we are on the right direction, right track. Let's talk a little bit about what happened pre-COVID and post-COVID. Just a quick recap of some of the numbers, which are very interesting numbers. Frankly, we should not be very proud about some of the numbers that we are going to talk about. If you really see our Indian exports, pre-COVID, we used to be somewhere around $5 billion. Today, we have crossed $750 billion. Our imports, when I say exports, it's both merchandise and services put together. If we talk about imports, again merchandise and services put together, we used to be at 600 billion, and today we are at 900 billion. There's still a trade deficit of around 150 billion, but I'm sure we'll be able to cover it up. Our consumption used to be something like 3 billion units pre-COVID. Today we are at something like 4.2 billion units that are being consumed, which is a rise of almost 40%. Our power generation, our power usage used to be something like 170 gigawatts prior to during the pre-COVID time. Today it is 240 gigawatts. And we have installed capacity which is something like 300 gigawatts, 400 megawatts. And of this 400 gigawatts, around 70% is still thermal. And we have 30 or 32% constituted by renewable sources, including hydro. Hydro is something like 50 gigawatts. Then we have solar at around 40 gigawatts, wind at 35 gigawatts. And then we have nuclear at around something like 5 to 6 gigawatts. All this constitutes around close to 32% of our power generation. The Saubhagya scheme that was launched by the government has ensured that every household gets electricity. And I think this has been achieved during the last decade or so. Our GST collection used to be somewhere around 1 trillion Indian rupees pre-COVID. Today it is 1.5 trillion Indian rupees, a jump of 50%. Right? Our Jan Dhan deposits pre-COVID used to be 1 trillion Indian rupees. Today it is 2 trillion Indian rupees, a jump of 100%. Our digital payments used to be less than 6% of all the transactions that used to happen in the country. Less than 6%. Today, it is over 40%. Over 40% are the digital transactions that's happening in the country. And in March 23 alone, there were 8.6 billion transactions. 8.6 billion transactions which have happened, constituting close to $170 billion. I was in US last week, and I can tell you, go to any shop, any big malls, payments are still done by cards, debit card, credit card. You go to any shop in India, even the smallest shop on the roadside, he uses UPI, uses Google Pay. Google Pay is not used in US as much as what's used in India. So this is how things are changing on the digital scale. Bharatmala Yojana, which started with outlay of something like those 40,000 kilometers with outlay of close to around, let me put it at 11 lakh crores. We have completed half of it, 26,000 kilometers have been completed. Number of records have been broken. One of the records is we have done 38 kilometers in a day, right? And on an average we are doing something like 20 kilometers every day. That is the kind of road laying that's happening, right? And with the further, the government has taken up further approval in Parliament for clearing another, let's say 40,000 crores and then another outlay of 200,000 kilometers that they want to reach. So you can imagine the kind of work that's happening on the Bharatmala. Similarly on the Sagarmala, which was for the port development, the 10 ports which were supposed to be upgraded to world-class level, and over and above that, 12 new ports getting developed with an outlay of over 8.5 lakh crores, which was given by the government, outlay by the government. Smart cities. Government has declared 100 smart cities, and of which you'll be surprised, 22 are almost functional. Right? We have mobile connections, which used to be 25 crores prior to COVID. Today it is 125 crores, jump of 5 times. Startup India gave an opportunity of over 50,000 startups that are now operating in India. Can you imagine? 50,000 startups. We have PLI schemes that have been declared by the government to enable faster setup of manufacturing capabilities in the country. I think we can go on and on and on. I can only say that all this is laying the foundation for India to reach not the number 2, but the number 1. Having said that, let's see what's going to happen in the next decade. Okay? I don't know how many of you know, the next decade is now called as a decade. Why is it called a decade? Because there is going to be a technology evolution and revolution that's happening in the country. It's going to be a complete change in landscape. We are going to have a 5G network which is going to be 10 times faster than the way you browse today. It is going to put every nook and corner under the mobile capabilities, under the netting capabilities, thereby ensuring that sitting in one corner of the world, you can do multiple things which you have never imagined that you would ever be able to do. The AI/VR revolution, artificial intelligence, is going to completely change the landscape. The AR/VR is going to be a completely new outlook. Businesses are going to be run on these platforms. Businesses are going to happen on these platforms. Quantum computing, completely going to change the way things are going to happen in terms of using the big data analytics that are going to come. While we said that we are the big data generators in the world, which Dharmendra just said, You have to use the data. And data analytics requires huge amount of quantum computing. And that's going to happen very, very fast. We have robotics, which are going to change the world. We have cobots and robots going to work along with humans. We are going to have automation everywhere. The next decade, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be an evolution and a revolution in technology. And we all have to embrace it. The next 2.5 decades, as you can see, apart from being a decade, and multiple decades that are going to add up, I can only say that it is going to be India's, because we have the population. We have a young population that's hungry, a young population that's hungry to do more. And that is going to revolutionize the way we operate, the way we work. And I want all of you to internalize this, that the evolution of technology that is going to happen beyond what we have already achieved so far is going to lead us to the next technological breakthroughs in various phases, not necessarily only in automotive or in certain areas. It's going to do it in agriculture. It's going to do it in automotives, in healthcare, in all emerging areas. And hence, the government has very clearly laid out the subsidy paradigm. That's clearly going to focus on infrastructure, on agriculture, which is going to be a base. Agriculture is going to remain a base for a pretty long time. And trying to improve technology on the agricultural part is going to lead the next revolution on the agricultural area. Then, thirdly, education and skill development, the healthcare, innovations, financial improvements, and lastly, inclusion. These are the 7 areas that the government is focusing on, and I think these are very, very relevant areas. So having said this, what is going to happen to the next decade? Let's come to what have the businesses to do to meet this decade that is going to come in front of us. I must confess here that whatever you read, whatever you are able to imagine, all that is going to get broken up. In the next 7 to 10 years, multiple business disruptions are going to happen because of this technology revolution. And we all have to face it. And if we are not prepared, we will be extinct. As businesses, we will be extinct. So it's important for us to prepare and to get ready for this big revolutionary phase that's going to happen in the next 10 to 12 years. What does it mean for the businesses to, how will they get prepared? I think I will go with the 5 mantras that is necessary for the businesses to really embrace this new phase that is going to come in front of us. First, we have to embrace digitization and automation. There's no two ways on this. Every business has to think how to produce more efficiently, how to produce with using the big data, ensuring that they are able to digitize and are able to completely revolutionize the way they do business. Second, we have to continuously invest in employee development and skill development. Because the way technology is going to change, the pace with which it is going to change, if we are not able to develop our people to be able to tackle this change, we will be left out. And it's not possible for us to just hire and fire employees, take new employees who have the new skills and get rid of old employees. Not going to work. So it's important for us to train our people, get our people ready for this big revolution that's going to happen. Third, always focus on innovation. Look at inclusion and diversity. Ensure that every segment of your business is involved in thinking differently, thinking out of the box, and trying to come out with what is called as revolutionary ideas, out of box thinking ideas, which will help in bringing in more innovation and more ideas on the table. Fourthly, we will have to adapt to the changing business models, because what is going to happen is, as this technology revolution happens, change is going to be ever constant. If we don't change our business models, we'll be left behind. We'll be extinct. So it's necessary for us to keep that in mind and see that we are able to change our business models as and when it is required. So be prepared to change business models. And lastly, we have to bring, if we have to succeed in this kind of a time frame and the kind of change that is happening, the pace with which the change is happening, we all have to become very agile. The fifth most important thing for any organization is to become agile. Agility and execution is going to play a major role in terms of ensuring that we are able to keep pace with this massive change that is expected to happen in the years to come. So with this, I know I'm running out of time, so I would say that these 5 points gives us an idea as to how we can really, face this big change. So I would like to conclude by saying that there is going to be an exciting time ahead. We are going to have lots of changes that are going to happen, a lot of disruptions that are going to happen, but everything is going to be for the good of mankind, good of human beings, and it's going to make life more and more easier and simpler and efficient for all of us. So let's embrace it, let's do everything that's necessary to meet this. And I think the topic that GMA has chosen for this session of having emerging India at the rate of Amritkal clearly is very apt, extremely apt. And I think all the 4 topics that you have chosen in terms of digitization and talent development, skill development, etc. is absolutely the right topics to discuss today. And I'm sure when you deliberate on these discussions today, you're going to have a lot of new ideas that will come and it's going to help us in some way or the other. So I wish this event all success. I thank you all for inviting me for this session. It has been a pleasure on 2 sides. One is meeting Mr. Deepak Vora, and secondly, meeting all of you. And I don't want to stand in the way of an exciting talk that we are going to hear from Mr. Voraji. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the glorious achievements of our country as well as the various initiatives that has been undertaken to take the country forward. And undoubtedly the youth of the nation is going to prove as one of the strongest resource in enabling India to take confident stride ahead. Undoubtedly learning agility and inquisitiveness are essential must-haves for us to leverage this opportunity to the fullest. Thank you so much, sir. Definitely this conference, this convention is going to heighten the learning quotient of each one of us. Once again, thank you so much for your powerful address. Dear friends, we are sure that you will agree that when there is righteousness in heart, there is beauty in character. When there is beauty in character, there is harmony in home. When there is harmony in home, there is order in the nation. Where there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. These lines aptly epitomize our distinguished Chief Guest, Ambassador Deepak Vora, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister, Lesotho, South Sudan, Guinea-Bissau and Ladakh, Autonomous Hill Development Council, Kargil and Leh. Though sir needs no introduction, yet we request Mr. Vinay Gupta sir to kindly introduce him. Thank you.
Thank you, Parul. it's a proud honor to introduce Dr. Nothing else to introduce, everybody knows about him, but still, Ambassador Deepak Vora, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister of Lesotho and Guinea-Bissau, and to Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Councils, Kargil and Leh. He is from the Indian Foreign Service of 1973. He was the India's senior-most ambassador in that batch. He has studied all the most prestigious universities in India and overseas, including St. Stephen's College, National Defense College, and Sorbonne University, Paris. His academic record has been outstanding since the beginning. First in the college, first in the school, first among the men in the Indian Foreign Service, first in the training program in the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, etc. He has also taught in the St. Stephen's College, Delhi University from 1972 to 1973. Among India's most loved television figures, he was shortlisted by a woman's magazine and was one of the most sensational personalities in India. He has acted in films. He has served in France, Vietnam, Tunisia, United States, Nigeria, and many more countries, including Armenia, Georgia, Sudan, Poland, and Lithuania. He was officer on special duty to the technology advisor to the Prime Minister of India. Ambassador Vora spent 4 years with Sulabh International, the world's largest NGO dealing with sanitation, and is the author of best-selling books. He is the only Indian official with experience in the academic, governmental, and NGO sectors. He has specialized in developmental issues, especially in remote areas for emerging nations. In October 2005, Armenia awarded him gold medal and named a school after him. Sudan gave him its highest civilian honor in 2006. He was made Prince of an African tribe. He has vast international experience, having represented India at several conferences, and is a specialist in development of remote areas. In 2014, he went to a remote Ebola-affected area of Guinea, and to help the villagers, he fell seriously ill also there. National and international leaders who have interacted with him have uniformly confirmed on his transparent sincerity and integrity. There are many more things to be right. Let me not stand in between what Dr. Vora has to address. And I welcome him and I request him to kindly take over and address the audience with his inaugural address. Dr. Vora, please.
Thank you.
The stage is set, literally, sir, to hear from the orator of all times. May we have a thunderous round of applause for Ambassador Deepak Vora, sir. We all are eagerly waiting to listen to you, to hear to you, and increase our learning quotient. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. आभारी हूँ कि आपने मौका दिया है. Don't believe anything जो मेरे बायोडेटा में मेरे सेक्रेटरी ने लिखी है, वो तारीफ करते रहते हैं. May I begin by saying thank you very much. आपने जो इज्जत दी है, सम्मान दिया, हम लोगों का प्रोटोकॉल होता है, हम खाली हाथ नहीं जाते. Mr. President, GMA, I've just returned from last evening from Guwahati. I went to the Kamakya Devi temple. I go frequently. वहाँ का घर है वहाँ. So this is a kamcha from the temple. May I request the senior vice president also come after they pull out. और ये आप अपने मंदिर में रखिएगा, घर पे मैडम से कहिएगा. This is for you. आपके एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर साहब कहाँ गए, जिन्होंने मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया था. So this is very special. It's from in हम लोग शुरुआत करते हैं and we'll spend the next 20 minutes. थोड़ा ज़्यादा रंग दे देना, आप मत देना. To look at where we are headed. इसमें आपसे एक अनुरोध है कि अपने मोबाइल्स को अगर हो सके तो ना देखें अगले 20-25 मिनट. यहाँ आने से पहले एक कोई बदमाश है अपने आप को शरीफ कहता है, कौन सा देश है वो आपका पड़ोसी जो लड़ता है, कोई बदमाश जो अपने आप को शरीफ कहता है मैं आपसे झगड़ा नहीं करूंगा, ऐसा मानेंगे फिर दोबारा नहीं पाएगा. So thank you very much for the honor to interact with you. Our world is in transition. 2023 to 2030. हम सबकी दो सच्चाइयां होती हैं, हम उसमें रहते हैं. मेरी पहली सच्चाई है कि मेरी उम्र 72 साल की है और मेरी दूसरी सच्चाई जैसे प्रेसिडेंट साहब बोले मैं अभी भी बहुत हैंडसम हूं. ये मैडम लोग के लिए हमारी जो पुरानी दुनिया थी, आई एम अ कोल्ड वॉरियर, आई जॉइंड द फॉरेन सर्विस इन 1970. पुरानी दुनिया हमारी मर रही है. ये जो गोरों का राज था ना, ये खत्म हो रहा है, लेकिन नई दुनिया को ये जन्म लेने दें. अभी भी पैसा खत्म हो गया, ताकत खत्म हो गई, लेकिन अक्कड़ अभी खत्म नहीं हुई इन लोगों की. वो भी आप देखेंगे. वीजा मांगने जाइए फिर पता लगा. आप जब दवाई खरीदेंगे सबसे पहले आप देखते हैं उसकी एक्सपायरी डेट क्या. हमारे वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की एक्सपायरी डेट बहुत पहले खत्म हो गई, लेकिन धक्के मार के उसको चलाया. हम जब स्कूल में थे कहते थे भाई एक BC है बिफोर क्राइस्ट और उसके बाद ये भी था एंडोडॉमी. अब 3 ईरास है. BC इज बिफोर कोविड, DC इज नाउ ड्यूरिंग कोविड एंड EC विल बी आफ्टर. वहां तक पहुंचने में हमें काफी टाइम लगेगा. एक सवाल आप लोगों से अपने बच्चों से पूछेगा कि सिंगापुर, अमेरिका, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, साउथ कोरिया का डेवलपमेंट किसने किया था? यूरोप का. चंद्रमा से लोग आए थे, मंगल ग्रह से लोग आए थे, सन से लोग आए थे, या उनके अपने लोग थे? मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट बताइए किन्होंने किया डेवलपमेंट? अगर उनके अपने लोग थे तो हमें क्या तकलीफ? हम कम है किसी से? Think about this. I mean it very seriously. What has been किसी भी देश में ना स्पेशलाइज्ड डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स 3 चीजें चाहिए होती है. पहले आपको चाहिए सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस, आत्मविश्वास. दूसरा सेल्फ एस्टीम, आत्मसम्मान. और तीसरी चीज होती है आत्मनिर्भरता. मोदी साहब तो बात करते हैं आत्मनिर्भर भारत की, बट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट सेल्फ रिलायंस एट एन इंडिविजुअल लेवल. हम वहां पहुंच चुके हैं और उससे आगे निकल रहे हैं. इलेक्शंस में अभी 1 साल है और ये डर गए, तो आप वो पूरी जो नैरेटिव है उसको लेते हैं. कोई ब्रिटिश मीडिया कंपनी है, बुलशिट एंड ब्लस्टर, BBC, सॉरी ऐसे मैं भूल जाता हूं. वो है, फिर वो एक कोई फैमिली वाला है, ऑक्सफैम, फिर एक पोरोस का ग्रैंडसन सोरोस है, वो भी कुछ कहता रहता है. You will see this narrative going to break India's self-confidence. लेकिन ये लोग नहीं जानते कि हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम इनके बाप का कौन है. Take a look at this map of India. आप मुझे कहेंगे कि ये टेढ़ा क्यों? आप नॉर्थ ईस्ट जिसको कहते हैं नॉर्थ बन गया. सन से नॉर्थ से इंडिया 450 साल पहले एक बेवकूफ था, उसका नाम था मैककार्टर. He was a Dutch fellow. उसने बोला कि नॉर्थ तक ये साउथ है, ईस्ट है, ये वेस्ट है. बाइबल में नहीं लिखा, ग्रंथ साहब में नहीं लिखा, गीता में नहीं लिखा, कुरान में नहीं लिखा. किसने बोला? Why should I look at India from a Western perspective? I look at India from an Indian perspective. This is the Indian. ये गोरे जाते हैं. So the Northeast becomes the crown jewel of India. आपने प्रोजेक्ट 2047 की बात की. जब PM साहब ने अनाउंस किया था, एक चीज आपसे शेयर करता हूँ. I have done at least 30 commentaries for Independence Day and Republic Day. लाल के खड़े होके सर Independence Day पे from Mrs. Gandhi's time. भाषण हमें ये करना है, ये करेंगे, वो करेंगे, ये होगा, वो होगा. फिर शाम को चाय पी के सब भूल जाते थे. फिर एक चाय पीने वाला, चाय बनाने वाला आता है, बेचने वाला, और कहता है 2047 तक मुझे डेवलप्ड कंट्री बना दो. उसके बाद जब उसकी मीटिंग हुई हमारे साथ, सबके साथ, उसने कहा हमने तो कह दिया आप कर दोगे. हमने कहा सर आपने 2047 कहा, वी विल नॉट वेट टिल 2047 अचीव दिस. विदेशी लोग जो हमसे मिलने आते हैं कहते हैं आपने तो कभी भारत में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया नहीं, आप तो पागल हो गए. एवरी डे आप मिलते हैं ना तो एक नई बिल्डिंग आ जाती है. गौर सिटी में मैं देख रहा हूँ एक नई सड़क आ जाती है, बोर्ड आ जाता है देश है जो हर 45 मिनट में 1 किलोमीटर हाईवे बनाता है, और ये हम झूठ नहीं बोल रहे। नरेंद्र मोदी ड्रोन के जरिए नजर रखता है। नितिन गडकरी बिल्कुल पागल, कोई वर्किंग ऑन रोड 62 न्यू एयरपोर्ट्स कौन बनाता है सर? आपका देश बनाता है। 23 न्यू सी पोर्ट्स कौन बनाता है? आपका देश बना रहा है इस समय। और जब 470 कमर्शियल एयरक्राफ्ट ऑर्डर किए ना हमने, तो वो अमेरिका का बुद्ध है ना, क्या नाम है अमेरिका का राष्ट्रपति, बाइडेन, तो वो फोन करके कहता है नरेंद्र मोदी को कि जी आपने तो 1 मिलियन जॉब्स मेरे देश में क्रिएट किया, बल्ले बल्ले भारत अब उनकी नौकरियां क्रिएट कर रहा है। और वो जो फ्रांस का है ना, वो मैकरोनी क्या नाम है उसका, हाँ, तो वो तो बांग्ला कर रहा था, ओए 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 आप मुझसे खरीद रहे हो। और फिर वो एक कोई ऋषि है, साधु है, क्या ऋषि, हाँ ऋषि मुनि ऋषि साधु जो भी है, वो भी बांग्ला करता है, हमें फोन करता है। मैकेंजी का सीईओ का कहता है दिस इज नॉट इंडियाज डेकेड, इट इज इंडियाज सेंचुरी। मैंने नहीं कहा ना, उसको पैसे दिए। सन्स एंड डॉटर्स ऑफ इंडिया 1 ट्रिलियन में 12 जीरो होते हैं। कितने होते हैं मैम? 12 जीरो। पहला $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी हासिल करने में इट टुक अस 60 years. 60, not my figures, official figures. Second trillion took us 10 years. Third trillion took us 5 years. And by the way, we have crossed 4 trillion already. We published the figures in a few. This 4th trillion took us 2.5 years. Sir, the 5th trillion will come in 2025. We'll do it. आपने अभी बात की थी about figures. We are on a roll. अभी हम officially तो कहते हैं 3.5 trillion by 2047. We'll be a $40 trillion economy. पर कैपिटा हमारे यहाँ $2,200 है पर कैपिटा, यानी 2 लाख रुपए। 4 लोग हैं तो 8 लाख रुपए उनकी सालाना इनकम है। By 2047 it will be $20,000 पर कैपिटा। गोरा अप्लाई करेगा वर्क वीजा के लिए भारत में आने के लिए। हम देंगे कि नहीं, आपको मुनासिब है। बाकी फिगर्स तो आप जितना एफडीआई भारत में आया है सिंस इंडिपेंडेंस 1947 से आज तक, about half has come in the last 7 years. Capital is a coward. जो पैसा है ना आप लोगों का, डरपोक है और भूखा है। वो वहीं जाएगा जहां सिक्योरिटी है, और वो मोटा होना चाहता है, कुछ खाना चाहता है। He wants to improve, he wants to increase. हमारे पास 160 देशों ने इन्वेस्ट किया है in 63 sectors. Why? They trust India. They trust the safety of their capital in India. अरे जितनी गाली देनी है ना हम, doesn't make any difference. ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है, डेमोक्रेसी मतलब ये है। साहब यही कहते हैं, उनका काम है गाली देना, आपका काम है आगे बढ़ना। And we don't care. G20 का नाम आपने सुना है ना, ग्रुप ऑफ 20। G20 is the management of the world. सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमीज है। फिर एक दूसरा ग्रुप है G77, 122 countries. That is the labor union. And one country is the Ram Setu between the two. That is India. For the first time in human history, we represent the rich and the developing world. और जब साहब से लोग कहते हैं आपको G20 के प्रेसिडेंट है, कहते नहीं, I represent G200. All the countries of the world, उनकी बात हम लोगों ने सुननी है, आपके सामने रखनी है। United Kingdom में सबसे नंबर 1 डिजीज मालूम है? Loneliness. They even have a minister for loneliness. जापान में भी है। So they are training young people. बोले हमारे पास 1 करोड़ lonely लोग हैं, उसमें से अधिकांश rich old ladies. They are lonely. So we are training our young people to be companions. मैं अपनी भी फोटो भेजी, मैंने करी चेक। मैं तो आया, मैं तो एक फेल्ड फिल्म एक्टर भी हूँ। तो बोले yes, we are lonely but not that lonely. बड़े कमीने लोग हैं। आपने डिलॉयट का नाम सुना है, गोल्डमैन सैक्स का नाम सुना है। डिलॉयट does an attitude survey, sir, every year. Attitude survey of millennials and post-millennials born between 1985-2003. पता है क्या कहते हैं आपके बच्चों के बारे में? Our children, मैं नहीं कहता ना, डिलॉयट मेरी कंपनी है। We are the most, our children are the most optimistic in the world. और वो चाहते क्या? कोई अच्छी सी गाड़ी हो, अच्छी husband wife हो, बड़ा घर हो, अच्छी तनख्वाह हो, but more than that, number one, they want to give back to India. what India has given. ये हमारे बच्चे। डिजिटल इंडिया आपने तो सुन लिया है, 41 करोड़ डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन हम एवरी डे करते हैं। 41 करोड़। Yesterday we did 42 crores. We get the figures every day. 42 करोड़ डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन। आज तो कहते हैं कि अगर आप कहीं रेड लाइट पे गए तो कोई आ जाता है, अरे भगवान के वास्ते कुछ पैसे दे दे, तो कहते हैं बाबा पैसे नहीं है, कहते हैं पेटीएम से दे देना। This is what we are heading to. Openly Stanford के economist थे, India is the outstanding performer. He just said this a few weeks ago. Again we didn't give him money. और फिर ये जैम यूनिटी का आपने सुना था, तीनों में हमको गाली पड़ी थी। जब प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने जन धन का बोला कि जीरो बैलेंस इन द बैंक, ये बैंक बर्बाद हो जाएगा, क्या होने दो। उसके बाद आधार, अजी हमारी प्राइवेसी का क्या कर्ज हो जाने दो। मोबाइल फोन का शुरू किया, अजी 1G 2G 3G 4G स्कैम हो जाएगा, हो जाने। But this jam, please listen to this. This jam trinity of India, 66 countries have asked us to train their people in using the jam. ये ताकत है। Wow, shut up. So, हमारा self-interest क्या है? Ladies and gentlemen, sons and daughters of India, 5 areas for the future. If anybody tells you there's a 6th, be very skeptical. Number 1, health. Number 2, climate stability. Number 3, recovery and development through free and open seas. Number 4, new technologies. And number 5, get rid of this distraction called terrorism. Health. China sent its visiting card to 200 countries, लिखा था वायरस, हमने भी भेजा, हमारे विजिटिंग कार्ड पे लिखा था वैक्सीन। और हमने जब हमारे पास वैक्सीन नहीं थी, हमने 100 देशों को फ्री में दिया। मेरे चाचा नहीं लगते, मेरे ताई नहीं लगते, मेरे दामाद नहीं है, मेरे ससुर नहीं है। Sons and daughters of India, we are a very good people. हम किसी का दुख नहीं देख सकते। जो हम कहते हैं ना सारी दुनिया एक परिवार है, हमको बहुत तकलीफ हुई थी। बहुत से लोगों ने पार्लियामेंट की डिबेट्स हुई थी, मेरा नाम लिया गया कि ये तो 3 अफ्रीकन देशों में एडवाइजर है, उनको सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट है तो है, उनकी मदद कर रहे हैं, वो लोग मर रहे हैं। What we did it. आपने नाम सुना होगा उस आदमी का, मैकडोनल्ड ट्रम्प। नहीं, मैकडोनल्ड ट्रम्प नहीं, क्या नाम था उसका? हाँ, डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प। थैंक यू वेरी मच। भूल जाता हूँ, बेटा बुढ़ा हो गया। तो डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प क्या लिखता, जब हमने उनको दवाइयां दी, कहता इंडिया हैज बीन ग्रेट, वी विल नेवर फॉरगेट इंडियाज काइंडनेस। आई वाज इन दुबई सर 2 years ago. खलीफा वाज लिट अप इन इंडियाज ट्राइकलर और लिखा हुआ था मैसेज, स्टे स्ट्रांग इंडिया, वी लव यू इंडिया। Yet hundreds of our brave sons and daughters, our doctors, nurses, ambulance drivers, ward boys, they died so we could live. They sacrificed themselves. ये हमारी परंपरा है। 248 करोड़ वैक्सीनेशन हम 24 महीने में करते हैं। हमने दुनिया का फर्स्ट नेजल वैक्सीन इन्वेंट किया। अरे कौन से देश का प्रधानमंत्री जाके बैठ जाता है जब वैक्सीन डेवलप हो रही है 2 डेवलपर्स के पास और बोलता है कितना टाइम चाहिए, वो बोले 3 साल वर्ल्ड एवरेज। He said rubbish. अच्छा सर 2 साल। He said rubbish. अच्छा 1 साल। He said rubbish. 8 महीने में कर दिया। And the world's first nasal vaccine. You know, in the Americans, our success rate, ma'am, was 82%. और वो एक और देश है, टिंग टोंग डिंग लोंग पिंग पोंग, कोई वहाँ का नेता है, जिस देश का नाम पूछिए, चीन ऐसा ही है। वही जो चाय में हम घोल के पीते हैं ना, चीनी, वही। तो उन्होंने भी बनाई एक नेजल वैक्सीन, उनका सक्सेस रेट था 2%। garbage from their sewerage system डाला था. Climate-related disasters, that's the second biggest threat to our survival. The virus was the first. I cannot tell you how close we came to becoming a disaster. हमें मालूम नहीं था how to deal with the virus. आज तो I was a member of the board group. आज तो आगे कहते हैं आपको ये करना था, वो करना था. टाइगर उसको अलीगढ़ का ताला लगा वो था मुंह पे. बाद में तो सब बड़े चौकन्ने हो जाते हैं. ये नहीं किया, वो नहीं किया, उसको क्यों नहीं बोला? Climate change, the second biggest threat to human survival ever. इतना बड़ा पहले कभी नहीं हुआ जो हम इस समय देख रहे हैं. यूरोप the worst drought in 500 years. उनके पास पानी नहीं है. और सर वो कहते हैं अपने लोगों से कि 2 हफ्ते में एक बार नहाया करो, मत जाइए, बदबू आती है उनसे. The earth is protesting. भारत, हम लोग क्या कहते हैं धरती को सर? What do we call it? धरती माँ. गंगा को क्या बोलते हैं? जमुना को माँ बोलते हैं. सर हम तो पहाड़ों की पूजा करते हैं, पत्थरों की करते हैं, जानवरों की करते हैं, पक्षियों की करते हैं. हम धरती माँ का नुकसान कर सकते हैं? आपने सुना उस आदमी वो मेलन बेचता, मेलन नहीं क्या बनाता, वो गाड़ी बनाता है सर. मेलन क्या? हाँ वही. तो वो कहता है इट्स द मोस्ट इको फ्रेंडली सिविलाइजेशन इन ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री, द सिविलाइजेशन ऑफ इंडिया. इससे बड़ी चीज को क्या कह सकता है? And then we want development and recovery through free and open. क्योंकि 500 साल पहले जब गोरे हुकूमत करने आए थे एशिया, अफ्रीका पर, लैटिन अमेरिका, सर 500 साल पहले हवाई जहाज में तो आए नहीं थे नहीं, ट्रेन से आए नहीं थे, थी नहीं, कार से आए नहीं थे, समुंदर से आए थे. And now recovery will come because 80% of world trade is through the seas. समुंदर से रिकवरी होगी. लेकिन किंगलिंग कहता है इंडियन ओशन मेरा. कैसे? बोले जी मेरे दादा के दादा के दादा के दादा के दादा वहां डूब के मर गए थे तो मेरा. टाइगर लॉजिक तो बड़ा अच्छा. वैसे मेरे दादा के दादा के दादा के दादा बीजिंग में मर गए थे तो चीन तो मेरा है. तो समझ नहीं आती लोगों को कि मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ. Hard power. Take a look at this. The hardest power, military strength, not my figures, international figures. US किया, बनना नहीं आता. अफगानिस्तान से डर के भाग गए थे वो लोग, लेकिन पैसा बहुत खर्च करते हैं. नंबर 2 रशिया, यूक्रेन में पिटाई हो रही है. And number 3 today is India. These are global figures. China comes number 4. We have all this Boko Haram and Islamic State and all this. Why should I be wasting my time dealing with this? I have so many other priorities. 27 साल से we have talked about an international convention against terrorism. UN नाम सुना आपने? UN का आजकल जिंदा क्या मर गया? अब जिंदा है. 27 साल से वहाँ डिस्कस करते हैं बड़े बड़े भाषण, और शाम को फिर स्कॉच पी के सब भूल जाते हैं. किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया. We have been hosting meetings now and we have been talking about new ideas or फिर hyper technology that is going to drive everything in our new world. Sir, I have a daughter who lives in the United States. Dad, आप बुढ़े हो गए. कहा बुढ़ा तेरा बाप हो गया, हाँ बुढ़ा हो गया. So she says, you forget आप कहाँ पे हैं. So then she sent me this phone made by a fruit company. Fruit company का नाम क्या है? Apple, हाँ. So she said इसके अंदर एक बड़ी होशियार औरत रहती है, उसका नाम भूल जाता हूँ. सिरी. अगर आप भूल जाओ कहाँ पे हो तो सिरी से पूछ लेना. तो आज का पहले तो सिरी भूलती थी, आज लिख के देती है. तो अभी मैं सिरी से कुछ पूछने लगा. With your permission. Hey Siri, where am I now? बड़ी होशियार औरत है. You are in God's city, Noida. सही बोल रही है? CIA के लिए जरूर काम करती है सर, इसको सब मालूम है. Hey Siri, अभी पकड़ता हूँ. What is my wife's name? Which wife पूछती है? Sir, 46 years एक ही पत्नी है मेरी. कसम खाता हूँ. I'm glad you know मेरा तलाक हो जाता है सर. ये फ्रूट कंपनी के फोन्स मत यूज करा करें सर. They are terrible. And then our human capital. That is the biggest. Land labor. इन चीजों के बारे में सीखते थे. आप development economists. Now human capital is the big thing. That is our biggest strength. We will be the youngest country in the world for the next 50 years. These are the projections. और आपने बिल्लू भाई गेट्स का नाम सुना है? वो पंजाब का अपना बिल्लू. आप क्या बनाता है सर? क्या बनाता है बिल्लू गेट्स? वो हाँ विंडोज. शाबाश. वही तो बनाता, बड़ा होशियार आदमी है. तो वो कहता है study one country right now, that is India. because innovation is phenomenal. मैंने भी उससे पूछा था टाइगर बनाता विंडोज है नाम गेट से की तरह समझा मेरे को, वो तो उसने बताया। एजुकेशन पे हम क्या फोकस कर रहे हैं सर? 10,000 साल पहले, 10,000 साल पहले यक्ष ने धर्मपुत्र युधिष्ठिर से पूछा था व्हाट इज अ पर्सन मैनकाइंड्स मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल एसेट, वो बोला एजुकेशन। सर 10,000 साल पहले हम साक्षरता की बात करते थे जब ये पूरे करके नंगे घूमते थे जंगलों के अंदर, आज मुझे सिखाने आते हैं। जब मेरा आविष्कार हुआ था इंडिया में in the early 1950s, the beginning of the 1950s, we had 500 colleges and universities. Today I have 50,000. अरे जितनी गाली देनी है, ब्लैक बोर्ड नहीं है, व्हाइट बोर्ड नहीं है, ग्रीन, जितना क्रिटिसाइज करना है करिए। I have 50,000. अमेरिका की आबादी 33 करोड़ की है। सर कितने की है? 33 करोड़। और मेरे पास 34 करोड़ विद्यार्थी हैं भारत। I have 34 crore students in India and 51% are our girls. 51% are our daughters. मेरे पास 15 लाख स्कूल है। आज आप देखते जाए जवानी की उम्र 60 साल से ज्यादा है, 4 में से एक यूरोपियन की, 6 में से एक चाइनीज की और 12 में से एक भारतवासी की। मेरे टीचर थे सॉर्बोन में जब मैं पढ़ता था पेरिस में, अल्फ्रेड सोवी मर गए। उन्होंने कहा यूरोप बहुत जल्दी बुढ़ा मातृत्व होगा, बुढ़े लोगों का बुढ़े घरों में रहेंगे, बुढ़े आइडियाज डिस्कस करेंगे। पिछले 30 साल में कोई इनोवेशन वहां से नहीं आया। पोप ने बोला यूरोप इज एन एल्डरली एंड हैगर्ड कॉन्टिनेंट। ये फिगर देखिएगा, आपने जिक्र किया था इसका, प्रेसिडेंट साहब एंड आल्सो आवर गेस्ट स्पीकर रेफर्ड टू दिस। हमारी मीडियन एज इज 29। मीडियन का मतलब होता है आधी जनसंख्या उससे कम होती है, आधी से ज्यादा होती है, नॉट एवरेज एज। मीडियन हमारी 29 है सर। 65 करोड़ भारतवासी मेरी तरह और इन बच्चों की तरह 29 कम, और 65 करोड़ 29 से थोड़े से ज्यादा है। जापान की 49 है, 49 वो बच्चे पैदा करने भूल गए। पिछले साल जापानीज मदर्स प्रोड्यूस्ड 8 लाख चिल्ड्रन। हाउ मेनी सर? 8 लाख लास्ट ईयर, देयर फिगर्स। अरे उससे ज्यादा तो हम नोएडा में प्रोड्यूस करते थे। Sons and daughters of India, I'm old enough to remember the plane train. Our best people went overseas. Our agriculture collapsed in the 60s. We fought a war in 65. 1966, my mother, her name is India, she was cracked and open. ऊपर से नीचे तक, पूर्व से पश्चिम तक बारिश नहीं हुई। मिसेस गांधी कहीं थी अमेरिका, याद है आपको? शायद कुछ लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा। अनाज मांगते। We imported 9 and 11 million tons of food, the largest imports in human history. और अमेरिका के एक अखबार न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स, वो कमीने लिखते हैं, India's leader comes begging. American arrogance. She came back and she said, we will never beg for food again. Sons and daughters of India, we are today the second largest producer of food in India. 2 साल तक अगर मैं एग्रीकल्चर अपना बंद कर दूं, जितनी फैक्ट्रीज है, जितनी मेरी प्रोडक्शन है, बिल्कुल बंद कर दूं for 2 years, I'll still be able to feed the people of India. That is my reserves, that is my strength today. And then of course you know what has happened to our foreign exchange. Recent journey 2003 से हम लोग किसी से मदद नहीं लेते, हम 150 देशों की हम लोग मदद करते हैं। 2004 में सुनामी याद है आपको? फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर कौन था? 25 ships and 5,000 sailors. We were the first. और फिर वो बुल्गन का जो बाइडन का जो देश है, वो क्या कहता है? We will work with our Indian partners. अबे टाइगर तेरे को किसने बुलाया? Anyway, they came, the Australians came, the Japanese came. Then we gave all the drinking water. उनका पानी खत्म हो गया था। नेपाल में जो earthquake आया था, our relief began in 15 minutes. 4 hours later, I was on the first plane that landed in Kathmandu. और उस समय के प्राइम मिनिस्टर कहते हैं, Nepal is blessed to have a neighbor like India. Look at the kind of feeling these people have. अभी तुर्की में earthquake आया, right? Who were the first responders? भले हमको गाली दे, अरे मेरी वो क्या वो अर्दोबान या जो भी उसका नाम है, उसके साथ समस्या हो सकती है, तुर्किया के लोगों के साथ में क्या हुआ? कुछ नहीं है। And when our military people left, you should have seen at the airport people were sobbing. The Turks, you came to help us. This is the strength of India. By the way, our total private wealth trillion, 6th largest in the world. You know what's the #1 spent area? Beauty parlors. I have 650,000, 6.5 लाख मेरे पास गांव हैं और शहर, और 1.5 करोड़ ब्यूटी पार्लर्स हैं। मैडम जाती है ना कभी कभी, मैं भी जाता हूँ, कोई बात नहीं। 1.5 करोड़ ब्यूटी पार्लर, इसलिए तो मिस यूनिवर्स, मिस वर्ल्ड, मिस गैलेक्सी, मिस मिल्की वे सारे हमारी लड़कियां बनती हैं। कारगिल की जब लड़ाई लग रही थी, few minutes, कारगिल की लड़ाई में ये बिहारी छोकरा भर्ती गया फौज में, उससे कहा गया कि फौज में नहीं जा सकता, उसकी दोनों टांगे कटी हुई थी घुटनों के नीचे ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट में। क्या जवाब देता है? मैं दुश्मन से लड़ने आया हूँ, दुश्मन से भागने नहीं। Just look at the spirit of this country. This is a picture I took in Sikkim 2000, massive earthquake in Sikkim. 300 जगह the route from Gangtok to Siliguri was broken. पहाड़ टूटा, पत्थर आया, सड़क को साथ ले गया। उस समय प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब बोले, which country has the best technology for mountain roads? ऑस्ट्रिया के पास। उनसे हमने कहा, okay, 3 महीने लगेंगे to mobilize the equipment, 3 months to repair it, and how many $1 million we'll let you know later. We could not wait that long. How can you feed your people through helicopters? Prime Minister then asked the border roads. Have you heard the border roads? I know this because I spoke to the director. I said, the old man wants to know how long will you take to do something. And he said, let me do a survey. My teams will get out and we'll come back and tell you so you can inform the old man. Sons and daughters of India, as I stand before you, as God is my witness. 19 hours later he called. He said, tell Prime Minister, the road is open. 19 hours later. May God never forgive me if I lie. He called and he said, Deepak, tell Prime Minister, the road is open. We lost several of our children to very difficult. This is my voice for the CD for the Prime Minister. जो देश को चाहते हैं, कुछ नहीं चाहते. I went to a Sikkimese home. She was 50 years old, 2011. Her son had died. He was in border roads. She said, I told her कि आपको compensation तो मिलेगा, आर्मी से मिलेगा, border road से मिलेगा, Indian government से मिलेगा, सिक्किम का, मेरी तरफ से 1 लाख रुपए का चेक, etc. Whatever we had, we gave her. Anything else? आपने मुझे बहन कहा है, मेरा बच्चा एक शहीद हुआ है भारत के लिए, छोटा बेटा है, उसको नौकरी दिलवा दो. This is 2011. No problem. मैं जाता ही बिरला, टाटा, अंबानी, अडानी, हाँ उस समय तो अडानी ठीक था. जब बात करूंगा कोई ना कोई तो उसको नौकरी दिलवा देगा. Not an issue. सीजन मैंने आपसे कब कहा है प्राइवेट सेक्टर. मेरा बड़ा बच्चा शहीद हुआ है भारत के लिए बॉर्डर रोड्स में. छोटे को बॉर्डर रोड्स में नौकरी दिलवा, वक्त आने पर वो भी शहीद हो जाए भारत के लिए. You know, and the water rushed into my eyes. It still does when I think of that. I held her hands in mine and I said, माँ तुझे सलाम. अगर मेरा जन्म भारत में फिर होता है, तेरी जैसी माँ की गोद से हो. वक्त आने पर मुझे कुर्बान कर देना इस देश पर. It wasn't easy for me. Then I got an answer to a question that has hounded me from childhood, sons and daughters of India. Why are we Indians? We are not Indians because we live in India. We are Indians because India lives in us. ये ताकत है हमारे देश भारत की. अरे माँ कहते हैं देश को. She reached out to bring her children back from Lebanon, Libya, Yemen, South Sudan, Ukraine. यूक्रेन में तो बहुत दूसरे देशों के लोग भी जय हिंद करके हमारे जहाज में घुस गए. Now we are going to reach out. Mother will reach out to bring her children home from Sudan. Very soon you will hear what we have been planning. लेकिन बहुत देर तक दूसरों ने हमारा भविष्य देखा है, अब नहीं. हमसे गलतियां हुई थी. Mr. President, Sir, Mr. Speaker साहब, sons and daughters of India, अब हम गलती नहीं करेंगे. अब हमने एक फैसला किया, हमारे बच्चों ने फैसला, इन बच्चों ने. Come here, you kids, come up here in front. Stand right here and do this. बहुत देर तक दूसरों ने हमारा भविष्य लिखा है. अब कौन लिखेगा? हम लिखेंगे. मैंने नहीं सुना. फिर से बोलो. हम लिखेंगे. आपने we didn't plan this. These are our children. ये लिखेंगे for them, for these children. We will write our vision so no one can write it for us. And you, my kids, have faith and confidence in yourself. निराशावाद आपकी ताकत बढ़ाता नहीं है, उसे तोड़ देता है. गोरा हमेशा आपकी गलतियां उनको हाईलाइट करेगा, आपकी ताकत को कभी नहीं कुछ बोलेगा आपको। किसी ने पूछा था फकीर से दुनिया कैसे बदलूं, उसने कहा अपने आप से शुरू करो, बी द चेंज यू वांट टू सी। उस फकीर का नाम था मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी। अपने आप को बदलो, दुनिया बदलेगी। नई चीज करने से मुझे भी डर लगता है, लेकिन मैं करता हूं क्योंकि डर के आगे जीत है। मूव अहेड। लिसोथो के प्राइम मिनिस्टर मुझे बोले, एम्बेसडर यू सीम टू नो सो मच, आर यू गॉड? I said, no sir, I'm not God, but I'm an Indian. That's the next best thing. We are incredible, sir. At 75, we are changing. We are journeying. This is my tiny mausoleum in Kargil. It's an area I love. We have a child. We had adopted this. He sleeps in Kargil. He was in the army. It still hurts. It's now 24 years. It still hurts a lot. So right next to where he is, where we found him, there's a little stone which says Deepak Bora, Indian 1951. और हिंदी में इसका अनुवाद है, बड़ा साफ साफ, there were tears in his eyes. हिंदी में अनुवाद है, वक्त आने पर खाक हो जाऊंगा मैं, इस माँ की गोद में सो जाऊंगा मैं, बजेगा ब्यूगल जब भारत का, फिर उठ के तैनात हो जाऊंगा मैं। And that kid, when our kid died, many years later, his commanding officer told me, he says, Ambassador, Captain gave me a message for you. Then Dad, I did my duty. ये भारत का बेटा था, आपकी तरह। और अभी हमने जो G200 का ग्लोबल साउथ का वर्चुअल समिट किया, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने, बहुत से देशों ने हमसे कहा कि we have selected India as our natural partner. We have chosen India as our partner. हमने कहा यही है right choice baby. स्वामी श्री अरविंद ने 115 साल पहले कहा था कि भारत अपने लिए नहीं जीता, भारत पूरी दुनिया के लिए जीता है। ये विश्व गुरु कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत पुराना है। India shares the light entrusted to her by God with the whole world. I believe that God is India. और आप लोग जो अभी सो रहे थे ना, sons and daughters of India, this is the best time to be alive in India, but to be young is very heaven. इसीलिए अक्सर मैं वो गीत गुनगुनाता हूँ, कोई लौटा दे मेरे बीते हुए दिन. I want to be born again. I want to be in India again. और आप लोग नोट करें.
अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है. अरे 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 अभी तो
Thank you for everything. Thank you.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
Thank you for your time. Thank you for एक बार ताली बजा, अच्छा लगता है. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a power-packed address in your unique style. Thank you once again. We are indeed humbled by your presence. May we request all the dignitaries to let me just set the dice
अरे
first.
हम पालेंगे यार, आपने इतने बुढ़े नहीं हैं, कमाल है. Thank you. इसमें कौन सी बड़ी बात है, अगर लोग.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. और वो मुझे मेरी वो फ्लैश ड्राइव पास कर देते थे, सरकार पैसे ले लेंगे मुझसे. बड़े कमीने लोग हैं.
We now request our dignitaries to kindly release the convention souvenir. I'm just circulating it. The souvenir is primarily featuring acknowledgements of our contributors, details and history of GMA, profiles of as well as information on the office bearers and functionaries of GMA. It also features articles on the convention theme. Audience, kindly scan the QR code given in your badges for downloading the souvenir, and the QR code is also posted on the standees. Can we have a huge round of applause for this phenomenal, historic, glorious moment?
अगर भगवान ने मुझसे पूछा क्या चाहता है, बोलूंगा 3 चीजें। जन्म भारत में हो, फिर भारत का राजदूत बनूं, और इस बार तीसरी बार ऐसी इंडस्ट्री से मिला दे ताकि मैं GMA का मेंबर बन सकूं।
On this note, sir, let me share with you all, dear friends, that we are having many takeaways from this convention, literally intellectual deliberations and the grand prizes. So what are the grand prizes? We will be having 2 lucky draws. The first prize is the Lenovo laptop, which is sponsored by Mr. Tarun Aneja, Future IT Zone. Can we have a huge round of applause? And the second prize is Saregama Karava, which is courtesy GMA. So we will be circulating the slips in the technical session 1, and we will be circulating the slips only once to give a fair chance to people who have been here since the morning. And so it should be part to kindly be the auditorium on time as per the schedule, because in case you miss it, you just miss it. And the draws would be taken out any time to felicitate an honored guest, and for this we would like all the dignitaries to move forward and accept a token of thankfulness from us for their significant contribution in the worthy culmination of this session. We request Dr. R.K. Agrawal sir, Director General, Ajay Kumar Garg Engineering College, to kindly present a token of gratitude to our distinguished chief guest, none other than Ambassador Deepak Vora sir. May we have a huge round of applause. Please, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you once again, sir, for your gracious presence. Such contagious sense of humor. Thank you so much, sir. Please put your hands together for our guest of honor, Mr. S. Krishna, MD and CEO, Business and Rails Limited. We request Dr. Rakesh Chavia, sir, General Secretary, INS GHAZIABAD, kindly present a memento to him. Please, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Sir.
Thank you, sir. To have some cherished memories of the event, we request all the dignitaries to kindly grace us with a group photograph.
Yes, of course.
Sir, please stay back for a group photograph, please. Stay back for a group photograph, please.
Sir.
Can we have a huge round of applause, audience?
No.
Just before you take the picture, we have my daughter here. She's a member of the police service, my adopted daughter, Priya Shri Rai, the prettiest police officer in the country. I posted the brother, Assistant Commissioner of Police in GHAZIABAD, बहुत मारती है. Thank you, Billy. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please stay back and accept a token of greeting from us? Ma'am, please. Can you please stay back? I request Mr. Vinay Gupta, Executive Director, GHAZIABAD Management Association, to welcome with a token of greeting. Please, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. We will now request Dr. T.R. Bhai, Honorary Secretary, GHAZIABAD Management Association, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
guest Dr. Deepak Bora. Sir, it is always a pleasure to listen you repeatedly. In fact, I have listened to you 6 times today, and the more I listen, it will mang about you, sir. Right. In fact, if I say he is encyclopedia of international relations, I will not be hyperbolic in my language. I remember Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi, he is a Hindi poet and author also. Once he said, I just noted down very cautiously, जिसको न निज गौरव तथा निज देश का अभिमान है, वह न नहीं है, न पसुलिया है और न तक समान है. So wherever I listen to you, sir, trust me, the hidden potent adrenaline, gets recharged, and actually you put the belly on fire, frankly speaking, sir. Right. I must appreciate your visiting card example you often, wake up, sir. China versus India. China puts a visiting card with a sense of despair. Wherever Indian goes, they put it with a sense of happiness and hope. You have been galvanizing, the arena of the youngsters. I must say that every youngster in the country should get a chance to listen to you, at least to reshape his or her belief on India. Thank you so much, sir, for making it convenient to come with this convention. We have with us our guest of honor, Sri S. Krishna Kumar ji. He is MD and CEO of Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited, sir. Sir, you talked of GDP and its growth track in next 2 years based on solid data. You discussed about economic figures and business scenario pre and post-COVID. Data, whatever you said, were very much indicative India is going to be number 1, not number 2 by 2050, I suppose. And I've been talking to people, I've been reading here and there. US is not going to be number 1 by 2050. It is either China or India. But moving forward, we are going to be number 1.
China won't exist.
Yeah, never, sir. I must discuss again, technology. You talked of, sir, technology as an enabler of India becoming data capital of the world, helping inclusion of poor and marginalized section of the country. Thank you so much, sir, for you also making it convenient to attend this particular convention of GMA. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pandey. With this distinguished audience, distinguished dignitaries, we will now conclude the inaugural session of the 33rd Annual Convention of GMA on Emerging India at Amritkal. Thank you, dignitaries, for your gracious deliberations. We really look forward to hearing from you, to welcome you again in our future endeavors. We now request you all to kindly join us for a cup of tea outside the auditorium. As promised, we will be circulating the lucky draw slips during the technical session any time. So kindly don't miss the opportunity and reassemble for technical session 1 in the next 15 minutes. Thank you so much once again. So I'm so sorry. So the tea has been arranged within the auditorium. Kindly join us.
Sources of energy, modes of transport, and physical and technological infrastructure to support these transportation innovations. One company that is revolutionizing the automotive manufacturing brilliance for over 5 decades and forging the trust of its consumers. Shriram Pistons and Rings. With an exceptional lineage of the Shriram Group, one of India's most reputed industrial houses, Shriram Pistons and Rings has carved a niche for itself as the paramount manufacturer and exporter of pistons, piston rings, and engine valves for India. Catering to a diverse range of applications, markets, and customers across the globe. The command center of this mega corporation is based in the national capital of New Delhi. It is listed on the National Stock Exchange and has the trading house status from the Government of India. Shriram Pistons and Rings have 3 gigafactories, 2 in GHAZIABAD and 1 in Bathri, housing the most modern machines and employing some of the most cutting-edge technologies. churning out products that live up to the most stringent quality norms. The manufacturing machines are deployed as per global manufacturing and quality standards, which enables us to service a wide array of customers. All our manufacturing units have been bestowed industry benchmarked norms in quality, environment and safety like IATF, ISO 14001 and OSAS certificates. It is also the first amongst the competition to hold the TPM Excellence Award and TPM Special Award from the Japanese Institute of Plant Maintenance. The product portfolio is designed to keep the current market requirements of its partner OEMs in India and globally. Its pistons range from 40mm to 170mm diameter with matching pins. Rings 40mm to 145mm diameter. Engine valves 4.5mm to 19mm stem diameter. 16mm to 92mm head diameter, covering all vehicle segment ranges. Research and development is a dominant focus area at Shriram Pistons and Rings. Through our ultra-modern tech center, we are not only finding innovative ways of achieving the highest levels of design excellence, but we are also building new capabilities for the automotive needs of tomorrow by providing end-to-end solutions to our customers from concept design, simulation, including finite element analysis, prototype development, rig testing, engine testing and analysis. While we take great pride in our legacy and manufacturing prowess, Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited is an organization committed to the future needs of the automobile sector. Our R&D team, along with its technology collaborators, are developing products and solutions for the emerging needs of alternate fuels like CNG, LNG, hydrogen and flex fuels. We are loved and trusted in the Indian and overseas market across vehicle categories from locomotives to heavy commercial vehicles to passenger vehicles, two-wheelers and tractors, along with They are just parts of who you are. You. At IMS GHAZIABAD, we believe you are not your job. Your job is not your career, and your career is not your life. They are just parts of who you are. You are your life. Every few
Yes, you can please circulate the slips. At this moment, I would also like to share with you all, I am being asked to inform that the management members of GHAZIABAD Management Association include the ECGC and the office bearers. Kindly do not fill the slips. We being the host, we are actually sponsoring and actually distributing the laptop and the second prize. So kindly request you all not to fill the slips. The executive council members, the governing council members, the office bearers of GMA, I am being asked to share this with you. The delegates, the guest speakers are welcome to fill in the slips, but there's another rule also that you have to be physically present to collect the prize in case you are the lucky one. It is a non-transferable slip. So kindly bear with us because we would love to have the gracious presence of our eminent speakers till the end of the program.
Oh boy.
We once again welcome you all to the 33rd Annual Convention on the theme Emerging India at Amritkal, organized by GHAZIABAD Management Association. Dear audience, we had an enthralling inaugural session in the morning wherein our eminent thought leaders shared their perspectives with us. Carrying forward the momentum, we are all set for yet another insightful technical session on the theme Digitization, an enabler for growth, and Startup, a catalyst for growth. We request our distinguished panelists to kindly grace us on the dais. Please put your hands together for our session chairman, Mr. Alok Saxena, Director SNC Infotech Private Limited and Executive Member and Joint Secretary of GHAZIABAD Management Association. Our session chairman, Mr. Alok Saxena, sir, kindly grace us on the dais, please. Can we have a huge round of applause? Mr. Anup Kumar, Executive Vice President and Global Head of Operations, Infosys BPM. A big round of applause for our eminent panelists, Mr. Anup Kumar and Mr. Rajiv Bajaj, CEO Bajaj and Bajaj Corporate Chambers. Let's have a huge round of applause for our talkers. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for your gracious presence. Dear friends, it's been rightly said, with commitment to your deepest convictions and perseverance, you can stand tall against all the challenges and obstacles coming in your way. These thoughts are shared by our distinguished panelist, Mr. Anup Kumar, Executive Vice President and Global Head of Operations, Infosys BPM, a charismatic leader with numerous innovative ideas. A huge round of applause for him. We request CA Anil Agarwal, sir, to kindly welcome him with a token of greeting. Sir, please. I request you, sir, to kindly welcome our distinguished panelist, Mr. Anup Kapoor, with a token of greeting. Please, sir.
Yes, sir, come next, please.
Thank you, sir. You cannot discover new oceans unless you have the courage to leave sight of the shores. One result-oriented personality who lives by these words is our eminent speaker, Mr. Rajiv Bajaj, CEO, Bajaj and Bajaj Corporate Chambers. May we have a huge round of applause for him. And know that one day all will be worth it. An embodiment of these inspiring words is our distinguished session chair, Mr. Alok Saxena, Director SNC Infotech, Executive Member and Joint Secretary of GMA. It's an honor to introduce him. And electronics engineer, Mr. Alok is a prominent professional turned entrepreneur with over 30 years of electronics experience in the field of education. He has a diversified portfolio spread across IT education and training, assessment sessions for corporate and institutions, and skill development. He is the Joint Secretary of GMA and Chairman GMA IT Forum. May we have a huge round of applause for him. We now request Mr. R.K. Mahajan to welcome him with a token of greeting. So please. A big round of applause for our session chair, Mr. Alok Saxena, sir. We request Mr. R.K. Mahajan to kindly welcome him with a token of greeting. Sir. Welcome, sir.
Sir, Sabit, please. Sir.
May we now request our session chairman, Mr. Alok Saxena, to kindly introduce our eminent panelists, and we also request you, sir, to set the pace of the session and take it forward from here. Over to you, please. Can we have a huge round of applause, audience?
I'm an entrepreneur, as ma'am has already told, and I think this is the toughest challenge for me to set the tone for this session. Because after Dr. Deepak Vora's session, I really don't know how to set the tone for this session. Should I use a podium or go on the floor or use the dais? I'm really confused. And this is the biggest challenge in my 30 years of entrepreneurial experience. So in the first session, which was a beautiful session, I would say, we had a lot of things like the next decade is going to be decade, and in fact, not one decade, there will be multiple decades, which will be referred as multi-decades. Digitization was also discussed. Revolution and revolution will be through technology. Technology is the in thing which will be governing emerging India during Amrit Kaal. And as shared by Mr. S. Krishna Kumar, that every second 3 new people are being added on internet, and out of which 2 are from villages. So technology is really playing an important role in establishing the divide between villages and cities and creating modern India. So these are the few things which have made my session easier. As you know that I am an entrepreneur, and I started my IT venture in 1991. I started off with IT training, software development, and digital processing. IT, as you know, is a vital component of technology. In the last few years, we have seen technology has played an important role. Even the vision for emerging India during Amrit Kaal says it includes technology-driven knowledge economy, with strong public finance, and a robust financial sector. We see a lot of sectors, as discussed in inauguration session, are making a huge progress, and India is making it mark on our stage from agriculture, space technology, education, healthcare. There are a lot of changes, significant changes are there. In last years, we are seeing that businesses, industries, banking system, they are all the transportation sector. There will be major shift towards economically friendly mode of transportation. In education, we will see the students will be using more augmented reality and virtual reality, and there will be really change where how a student will learn and interact in future. In healthcare too, we are already witnessing that robotics and AI are being used for diagnostic and treatment of diseases. And in future, we will be seeing a lot of AI-driven data models, which will be also able to help in prediction. For instance, in healthcare, through sensor implant in our body, data can be collected, and the model will be able to predict that any human being, which if he can be suffering from which disease and when. So I see AI platform and technology is going to govern the emerging future during Amrit Kaal. We have seen different revolutions. We started with PC revolution in last 2-3 decades, which had ensured computer was on our desk. Then it was smartphone revolution, which ensured computer was in our hand, and now it's AI revolution, which will ensure that all our digital devices will be intelligent. With this, I request the speaker of the session, Mr. Anuj Kapoor. Mr. Anuj Kapoor is a chartered accountant, a certified management accountant, and certified in financial management. He has a leadership courses from Stanford University and Harvard University, USA. Mr. Anuj Kapoor currently works for Infosys as head of global operations for their business process management services. He is responsible for managing workforce of 55,000 people spread across 35 centers in India and abroad. He is member of Infosys BPM Executive Council. He represents Infosys in BPM Council of NASSCOM, and he is board member of IFRS, which is joint venture between Infosys, Hitachi, and Panasonic. Mr. Kapoor will share his views on digitalization and enabler for the group. Mr. Anuj, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. And before I start my session, I'd like to thank GMA for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts about this important topic today. The idea of my session is to keep the things simple. So I'm a chartered accountant working in an IT company. So I normally try to simplify the concept for me and my audience always so that it's easy to get in. So the theme is very relevant. If you see, we keep talking about multiple things. One is digitization. The another related concept is called digitalization, and then we also talk about digital transformation. So what does each of them mean? If you see, digitization means you are digitizing the data. It means there is a data which is on paper. Now you are trying to put it into the system of records. That is the digitization. Now, once that data is there, what do you do with that? Which means this data is also with you. It can be also accessed by X, Y, Z, multiple people. So the next stage is digitalization, where this data can flow seamlessly between 3-4 set of people or multiple set of people. So that is the digitalization part. So, and on top of that, if someone takes advantage of this data and the flow of this data, they come with a business case and they come with a business idea to make money out of that. So if you see, I have tried to display that. The first is how to digitize, how to save money, and then how to earn money. A simple example I have put there. I have taken 2 examples. I'll explain them. So GPS. So GPS is digitization of maps. So which means the map record, if you digitize, then there are 3 people. I am taking the Uber case study here. There are 3 elements there, 3 parties. One is the rider, someone who wants to go from place X to Y. And then there is a cab driver or cab which can take that person from X to Y distance. And then there is a management company which provides this platform for one person to link with another person. So this is the digitalization part of that. Now Uber comes with a business model of making money by doing this. So this is the digital transformation which is platform-driven transformation which they take through. Another example, if I take for you, so we all know about invoicing. Many of you are associated with the businesses, your own business or somebody else's business. So you know that invoice. There used to be paper invoices which used to circulate. Now, if that paper invoice is digitized, which means that data is put into a system of record, whether in ERP or any system, then how that data can flow through. It can move from one ERP to another ERP to different systems. And then once it is there, you know that which invoice is to be paid when. You can take out the data, complete data, and plan your cash flows accordingly. So this is another set of example. Now, what does AI fit? How does AI fit into that? AI is the artificial intelligence. So anything which human being does, whether it senses or it thinks or it acts. If a software program also can do that based on data which is there in system, that software program or complex software programs are called artificial intelligence, which helps to do almost the same what human being can do. If you see sensing could be take any external stimuli. So for example, we do take it through our senses. Similarly, the softwares can also do that through the camera, so you see everywhere webcams recording, or you go in the highway, there are the ones which are recording the speed. So there are multiple use cases where people are sensing the data. And then once they sense it, then it can be put into the thinking hat of that. And then if you see, it can be put into a logical and structured order. If the data can be put in logical and structured order, which means it can be used for a decision making. And then act. If someone wants to take an action based on that, someone spoke about earlier about a lot of analytics, the quantum computing. So more and more data is there in the system, there is a more and more structured way of presenting it, and more decision making can be done there. Very recently, all of you would have heard GHAZIABAD. It's a craze these days. It's called generative AI. So if you recall, or even in current days, Google, what is Google? Google stores data. You can go into Google and you can find the data. Google presents data as it is. Wherever it is there in the internet, it will source it. Whereas the generative AI or GHAZIABAD, what it does is present it in a structured manner where it gives a conclusion on its own. That's the difference. If you click something, say that, give me an essay on, say, mother or cow. I'm just giving a very basic example. So in the current way of search engine, it will, if you put it in Google, it will give you thousands of the cow's essays which are there in the system written by someone else. It will just point it out and bring it up. Whereas GHAZIABAD, what it will do, it will create its own essay and bring it to you by combining all the data in the system. So this is the power of thinking and acting of artificial intelligence. And this opens up huge opportunity of making a lot of tasks which human beings are currently doing as redundant. Now, we have spoken about Amrit Kal, and what is Amrit Kal? So, as per the EY report, the Amrit Kal means we are targeting $26 trillion economy by 2047. That is the vision, and there are multiple pillars of achieving that. If you see, the first and foremost is digital infrastructure. So, which means laying of 5G cables, trying to reach internet, making internet reach everywhere, is that creation of digital infrastructure. So, government is working very hard through the telecom players. The second most important thing is how to improve the digital skills. People spoke about the demographic dividend of India. that demographic dividend can only be capitalized if there is a right skill set with the people. So how to make sure that our education system is reformed and our tertiary education system, which sits on top of the basic education system, is also reformed and which is tuned to the latest realities, then only we can reap that demographic dividend on digital skills. Now, if you see, government has also tried to create a lot of public platforms out of that. So we all know about Aadhaar, we know about CoWIN, and now what does these platforms do? It allows through an API for any software systems to plug and look at that data and validate based on that. You see a lot of fintechs, financial technology companies which are coming up almost every day. They are trying to look to hook themselves with that basic data which is already there in the system and creating a business model for them. Most of the startups today are trying to use the already created that data which is there, and government is building that data in a big way. And you can look at that also. And whether it was linking zero bank accounts or now those zero bank accounts, which government worked hard to do that, people can access now through digital means. That is the importance. If they always have to go to bank, then you can't use it well. So these are some of the basic infrastructure things which government is creating. I think this gives a good perspective of how infrastructure skill platform can bring the foundation together for businesses to sit on top of that. I'll just give an example. There are a lot of people who might be representing from manufacturing companies. All along manufacturing companies, the idea was to control the production and get maximum insight from the production systems. What is coming from machine, what is machine saying, how things are moving on the conveyor belt. So everything was related to production. Now what the opportunity lies is that how you combine those production systems with the consumer insights which are coming from the market. Otherwise, this opportunity was not available. Today you will not believe the car making companies, as they are focused on their production insights, they are also focused on the, you keep hearing about internet insight in the cars. Basically they are tracking you. More than tracking car, they are also tracking you, they are looking at your behaviors. Apple is developing maps. Apple is developing maps, but there is a map which already exists by Google. Why are they doing that? Because they want to control the consumer behaviors. They want to track you, where you are going, what you are doing. So this mapping of production versus consumer behaviors is going to unleash a lot of insights for new businesses to develop. You see now, even the insurance companies in many places, especially in US, it has started that the premiums will be discounted based on the consumer behavior. Earlier, these consumer behaviors or driving behaviors were not tracked. Now, these driving behaviors are going to be tracked. How often you are going for medical checkup? How often you are on the driving properly? So, this combining of consumer and production behaviors is a new thing which is given by this digital, so-called digital initiatives. Now, to sum up, always we have to have a key takeaways. So the biggest takeaway is that digital is the mindset. We have been running our companies and since ages, since the time of Chanakya, people quoted, since that time the businesses have been run over a period of time, businesses have evolved. So going into digital, thinking how digital will work your businesses, it's all change in mindset. We have to keep learning, otherwise someone else will come and disrupt our business. The second is that digital will always coexist with human. So we have devised a term called humanware. So humanware means best of human and best of software. When it comes as a combination, it gives the best business value. The third is, you all have to see that in our businesses, in our day-to-day life, largely the work life, because the outside work life is not governed anymore by any of us. We have to keep going through the smartphones. We have to keep looking at what is happening, what others are doing. But even our workplaces, we have to keep innovating and see that how we incorporate the digital as much as we can. I've kept some 2-3 minutes for quick 2-3 if you have some questions. My presentation is more or less done. Thank you. Yeah.
Global associations which work on metaverse, and it is actually going to be the next step forward of IoT what we are talking. First I wanted to understand what is your view of metaverse, and secondly I advocate governance and privacy, because the way artificial intelligence is moving and is progressing, I think these two aspects of governance and privacy play a vital role in making it sustainable, I would rather say. Thank you.
A very valid point, and it's not only your worry. The governments world over are worried today on what is happening in the disruption which is happening very fast on data side. So there is a lot of data which is there with many corporations which they can use it in a way they want to use it. It's a big fight which is happening, and in many places like Europe, where they are very particular about individual liberty, data privacy, a lot of stringent laws are coming in place. But I can tell you the digital transformation is far ahead of any government interventions, because government interventions are basically following up what is happening on the digital space. They will never keep a pace on that. So always there will be a debate. There will be, in India also there is a policy which is under works. It will come. By the time it will come, you will see that already somewhere else what has moved. So always there will be a pace of change which is faster than what humans can or law can can face up with. There will be disruption. There will be disruption. There will be a lot of chaos, and it is happening. In any place it is happening. On metaverse is like going into 3D. So if you see, Facebook has tried a lot on that, and they even changed the name of the company, and somehow it has not worked out the way it has to happen. It has a lot of utilities, especially on the warehouse side and many other places where virtual reality, 3D is all coming into picture, but I think it's more to be developed. But it's working very hard, because even on the smartphones, people are talking about bringing the metaverse part of that, the virtual reality there. So a lot of development, a lot of innovation, transformation is happening in this place. Not only on the business part side, but also on the technology side. People are trying to unravel the brain of human being. So there's huge innovation, transformations, or R&D going on in that. You don't know what is going to happen. You heard that how Musk tried to put some chips in human brain, and he didn't get the permission of the people. But he is looking for volunteers who can possibly allow their brains to be tested and some R&D to be done on that by putting some wires or something. Sorry.
इमरान खान को भेज दो.
जी बिल्कुल उनका नंबर.
I'll also take one more opportunity of asking questions. I am actually Major Namrata Dasmana, and I do research on Indian economics.
Okay.
And I wanted to understand from you, coming from Infosys, why moonlighting is not being encouraged by Mr. Narayana. Being from West, I mean, there are a lot of sources of income which West give that kind of liberty. Moonlighting is just not giving that kind of social security or earning more money and second hustle and all these kind of things, but it also gives an opportunity for kind of understanding that the organizations are even having short of talent because the way entrepreneurship is booming and the way we have a ecosystem of startups. People have started, and especially these youth, the youngsters have started doing things on their own. So, giving that kind of thought of moonlighting in a positive way, what stops our leaders to not advocate it or not to encourage it? Of course, in a governing, having all the kind of framework of governance for a sustainable manner. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'd like to clarify, I am not coming here on behalf of Infosys. I have come on my own as Anup Kapoor. So I am not the official spokesman of spokesperson of Infosys also. So I'll have to skip this question. I'm sorry about that, but that's all it is.
Can we have another question from yes, please? Any further questions?
If you see, with the permission of Chair, I also write poetry. So, with the permission of Chair, I heard about climate change. So, climate change is one of the topics which Dr. Vora also taught. So, I have a few lines on that which I have composed. If you want, I can contribute to that. Sir? Please. I'll sum up and I'll close with that. So, चिड़िया का उपदेश. So, हम लोग देखते हैं कि गौरैया काफी आती हैं. हर एक के घरों में आजकल गौरैया आती हैं. और ऐसे ही एक गौरैया हमारे पानी में आई और उसको देख के कुछ विचार मन में आए. तो that is what I have written, try to capture here. कुछ चिड़िया क्या सोच रही है हमारे लिए. मैं बालकनी में चिड़ियों को दाना खाते देख रहा था. बच्चे तो खाने में मग्न थे मगर बड़े वाले चौकन्ने थे. उनमें से जो अनुभवी था थोड़ा करीब आके बोला, क्या कर रहे हो, हम सबके पीछे क्यों पड़े हो. दाना कड़वा और जहरीला है, पानी भी कसीला है, फेफड़ों में मेरे भारीपन है, हवा में सांस बहुत कम है. एक पड़ोसी चिड़िया थी, उसकी तो नस्ल भी खत्म हो गई. मेरा शरीर जल रहा है, तुम्हारा कैसे चल रहा है. चिड़िया पूछ रही है एक इंसान से. हम गौरैया भी बचे हैं, डरते हैं आगे क्या होगा. अगर भगवान से फरियाद करें तो क्या हमारा भला होगा. पर देखता हूं तुमने उनको भी दान दक्षिणा से खरीद लिया है. तुमने ये जो पैसा इजाद किया है उससे सबका मुंह बंद कर दिया है. सुना था इंसान तो सयाने हैं, पर तरक्की के ये कैसे पैमाने हैं. सब बटिया मेट कर रहे हो, इतनी दौलत किसके लिए समेट रहे हो. तुम जानते हो क्या सही है पर उस पर अमल नहीं कर पाते. ये भी जानते हो क्या गलत है पर उससे दूर नहीं रह पाते. कहते हो पंच तत्वों से बना है शरीर, करते तुम प्रकृति का अपमान हो. अहम ब्रह्मास्मि का नारा लगा के जताते अपना पूरा ज्ञान हो. ये इतिहास के खंडर भी तुमको कुछ नहीं सिखाते. संतुलन ही जीवन सच है, क्या इतना ही नहीं बतलाते. वक्त है.
Working with different areas, we touched upon 3 aspects: digitization, digital transformation, and AI. He said that digital transformation, it will not only provide better service to the people, it will enable for organizations to earn the money also. Then he talked about that digitization is going to be a force multiplier and leading to cashless economy. And we also talked about AI adoption across the industry. With the digitization comes a lot of innovative ideas. And so young generation are coming, a lot of startups because they are having innovative ideas. And the startups are again one of the key aspects for future in emerging India. Mr. Rajiv Bajaj, he is the CEO of Bajaj and Bajaj Corporate Chambers. He is a commerce graduate and has a LLB degree. He is a fellow member of Institute of Company Secretaries of India. He was past chairman NIRC of ICSI and also past secretary for Consumer Electronics Appliances Manufacturers Association, New Delhi. He also worked with Panasonic, ABC Networks India, startup system. He will be sharing his views on startup, catalyst for growth in emerging India. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Alok Saxena, Mr. Dharmendra, Mr. Kapoor, Mr. Deepak Gowara. After Deepak's scintillating address, like it's playing after Virat Kohli. And I'm lucky that I'm in the middle order, so I'll try to do justice with the time allotted to me was 15 minutes, but I'll try to cut it short so that we can catch up with the time. The topic allotted to me is startups. I work in this area for the last 3 years. As of today, as we sit half an hour back, Startup India website said that we have 97,918 startups already registered. It's a very dynamic website. I think if you want to have knowledge about startup world, just visit that website and I think you'll be amazed to see how India and how digitalization of Indian government is progressing. We are proud to have already 110 unicorns in India. And there was a discussion today morning that by 2030 we are going to be third largest economy of the world. But let me tell you, we are already third largest startup ecosystem of the world. And that calls for a big round of applause. Now, if we look at what is startup? It's a company which is into the initial stage of the business. We have many young minds around us today. We saw a lot of youngsters here. Every second youngster wants to be a startup entrepreneur. And that is what we entrepreneurial cells in the various institutions as well. They are promoting startup, and UP is one of the fifth largest startup ecosystem. I was participating in the Global Investor Summit in Lucknow, and we had investors coming in from all over the world. We met people from US, from Australia, from literally all the, even African countries were representing there. And they are trying to look at India as a destination, and there is a huge scope for the industry also to go and invest there. Now, if we look at who are the founders and who are the people who invest in these startups, we see innovation everywhere. After hearing Mr. Kapoor's talk on digitization, I was yesterday only talking to a startup. They are into putting AI into the camera systems, and they bagged the contract of Coal India. They are actually monitoring all the sites of Coal India. So everybody has a camera system, but AI-enabled camera system where you can actually map that if there is any untoward activity or any activity which is not according to their standards, it will give the system alarm to the system. So these kind of innovations are actually creating a lot of opportunity. A lot of money is coming through venture capitalists in India, and of course, the legal structure also is very important. So that is where I come in. I'm a company secretary by profession, so we actually support startup ecosystem by guiding them in this area. Let's look at the top 20 startups. CRED, we all know what is CRED. Upgrade knowledge startups.
grow. They are also trying to, support the ecosystem of growth. Zepto, who heard about 10 minutes delivery? When it came, we all thought it is a fluke, it may die down, but actually they created ripples in the market, and we see a lot of others also falling in line who are doing instant deliveries. Skyroot Aerospace, our own private aerospace company, and they are launching satellites. They are going to launch actually. It's already in the plan, and these two guys are from ISRO, and they started their own startup in 2018, and they are already ready for the launch. We have MBA Chaiwala. I think you all heard about him. This guy is creating a lot of noise, and 100+ outlets are already there in a very short span of time. Spinning. If you go to Gurgaon, Sona Road, you see a huge building where proudly it is written Spinning. And what they are doing, they are helping you sell your old cars. And suddenly they have become too big, and they have come in the top 20 list. Good Glam Group. You must have heard about Mama Earth and all these startups which have come up, and this group has actually changed the way beauty aids are bought in the market. We have Growth School, educational startup. Blue Smart. You see all these smart EV taxis moving around. They are all, and they have moved to Bangalore also recently. It's our own Gurgaon-based startup. We have Share Chat, we have Auto Insurance. List is many. Rapido, who thought about, the hailing service on a motorbike, and they are doing very well. Park Plus, this club. So these are the few examples which are there. Now, what are the pros and cons? Basically, one, they are offering more opportunities to learn. There is an increased responsibility, flexibility, workplace space benefits are there, and innovation is encouraged. But there is a risk of failure. Every startup, has a failure ratio, and out of 10 startups you may invest in, you may see that 2 only will succeed, but they will give you that of 10x or 15x, which you can easily recover from the other investments. So they have to raise capital. There's a huge stress, and of course, competitive business environment. Now, let us look at what is the role of our startups in the economic growth. One, of course, we are encouraging overall economic development. We are promoting exports through startups. A huge, export contribution is there from the startup world. Growth in GDP. In 5 years' time, startups are going to contribute at least 5% of the GDP of India. So that's the kind of projection being talked about. And of course, improved standard of living, because they are solving some problem or the other. So startup world is all about how you are solving the problem and you are actually innovating. Distributing of wealth and creation of wealth, and of course production of jobs. Now, there is a huge employment being generated by startups, and of course they are creating technology advancement and big solutions there, and of course the requirement of product and services are being met through the startup ecosystem. Now, e-learning has got a big boost through the startup world. You can see so many e-learning startups which have, in fact, the most valued startup in India is from e-learning sector. We also have a lot of e-commerce startups which play a crucial role in providing essential supplies. COVID, we have seen, a lot of everything was being run through these e-commerce startups which were giving us support. We were all comfortable in our homes, and these guys were delivering our medicines, our essentials on time. And after COVID-19, there was a huge startup on medical, there was stress on medical personnel, and we saw a lot of healthcare startups. So healthcare is a big area, and there are actually, if you see, almost 30% of Indians are going to be, as Deepak mentioned, we are a young country, but 30% are going to be more than 60 years of age also. So there are huge, opportunities for health tech startups, and there are many examples in that area. Technology, robotics, AI, EV sector, fintech, agricultural startups, and recently I think Government of India has come up with a lot of shops for agri startups as well. So this is what I just wanted to talk about. I'll leave the floor open for any questions. There was a question about metaverse. There is a new startup which is Hologram. What they do is that you can feel the clothing which you are online. You can actually feel it on yourself, and you can test it, and you can even make your own kind of own clown, or you can make your own avatar. Avatar is the right word. So on your avatar you can check for yourself how you look like in those clothes. So this is just one example I'm giving. Metaverse is also having huge opportunity. So let us see that our startups succeed, and we are all investors as well as industrialists here. So let us support the startup ecosystem, and that is my request to you. I'm open to questions. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajiv. I have a query. Just out of curiosity, with the collapse of 3 major banks in US, again funding and investors have been again affected a lot, and it has directly affected the tech startups. How do you think it has affected India?
See, there is a funding winter, of course. In India, we were having a lot of money coming in from US. We had investors from Europe as well. But if you ask me honestly, as Deepak ji mentioned, ye dil mange more. Indians have an indomitable spirit. We have a spirit to actually take over. So our own seed capital firms, our own VCs have really taken over. And I saw today morning only somebody from the VC world. He has very openly mentioned on LinkedIn that we are open. We have done 2 such big investments in the last 15 days, and they are saying openly our turnaround time is 15 to 20 days, and that is how they are actually fueling money into the Indian startup ecosystem. So this is going to pass. Of course, there is a slowdown because of this, but it's not going to stop the money flow. Yeah. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ashish Das. I am basically an entrepreneur, and I'm running different ventures. Now, it's good to hear about startups and the ecosystem and a lot of things, but I still feel that we have miles to go before we really develop a really congenial environment for industry. Even as a small-time businessman, I still want to remain small because I always look where is the good manpower. Whenever we start anything, one thing comes from there, the other thing. As an entrepreneur, I'm not able to focus on this. I'm not saying it's a complaint, but I think when a country needs to grow and anything needs to grow, some criticism should also be there. So a little bit, I believe the system should be so well integrated that really taking a big beating because the big multinationals have good money to spend, whereas the small companies don't have. So resource crunch also is there in spite of people saying we don't have jobs. So
now, I appreciate what you are saying, but let me tell you, faceless assessments and the digitization which has happened has really made life easy for many. A lot of the presentation mentioned that the tax assessment is being done in one day, So, but let me tell you, we, of course, small entrepreneurs have to struggle a bit, but there are huge body of professionals who are actually there to help you. So have that open mind to take the help of professionals working hand in hand with you. There are services like shared CFO services. There are services like shared commercial AI who can actually come and join you as an investor or a co-founder as well. So you have to actually keep that open mind to expand. There's a huge potential. I'm proud Indian. I'm proud of India. And let me tell you, this is how we are going to become, number one economy of the world. And 2030, as we said that, we are entrepreneur and you are leading the pack, you have to be better than those 50 or 100 people you are leading, isn't it? So, and there are people from institutions also here. We are now producing more and more people who are skill oriented. I think our private institutions also have come up to the expectation of the government, and the universities and the colleges are preparing skilled manpower. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Both the speakers will be, distinguished speakers are available in the lunchtime. So anybody who wants to interact can interact at that time. Since we have a short period of time, I would like to conclude the session.
Thank you.
Starting from what Ashish has said, I think, let me recollect my journey. When I started in 1991, there was no information about bank schemes, no information about government schemes. How to prepare a report, I was not knowing. And on top of that, friends and relatives were saying, why you are living such a good job? And moreover, there were no mentors like Mr. Rajiv Bajaj to guide the young entrepreneur of those times. So to conclude, I will just have some bullets points I will share with all of you. Number one, that India is working closely with countries like Germany for AI-based startups and research. India's chairmanship for partnership as global partnership in AI for innovation and designing framework for emerging technology. Government initiative on Startup India Seed Fund and e-business portal. There is an allotment of around 285 rupees crore in this current budget year, and benefit of carry forward to losses of 10 years for the startups. There are 77,000 DPI registered startups as of today. As Mr. Rajiv said, 110 unicorns in India with a total valuation of $340 billion, and they are funding on options from industry, corporates, and individuals. To conclude, I will add that AI is a will be a multi-trillion industry, and with India consolidating its position as the world's third largest startup ecosystem, I see this is the time, or I would say auspicious time for India for growth and transformation to become a world-class educated economy. Thank you. I again thank both the distinguished speakers for their valuable knowledge and audience for this session. Thank you.
We join you, Alok sir, in thanking the distinguished panelists. Wonderful deliberations, and as a token of a profound gratitude for you all, sirs, for being with us today and sharing your valuable insights with us, it would be an honor to present you with a token of gratitude. We request CA Anil Agrawalji to kindly felicitate Mr. Anup Kapoor with a token of gratitude. Please, sir. We request Mr. Vinay Gupta to kindly present a token of gratitude to Mr. Anup Kapoor, our distinguished panelist. Audience, may we have a huge round of applause. We had very insightful session. I request CA Gulshan Kumar sir, Gulshan Thapar sir, beg your pardon, to kindly felicitate our distinguished panelist, Mr. GHAZIABAD sir, with a memento, please sir. I request Mr. R.K. Mahajan sir to kindly present a token of gratitude to our session chairperson, Mr. Alok Saxena, please sir. Thank you so much sir for being such a wonderful moderator. An action-packed, very illustrious and rich session with many perspectives being shared. Thank you so much. We would also request our dignitaries, our panelists to kindly join us for photographs so that we can cherish these memories. Please request you all to kindly go ahead. Kindly step forward in front of the dais for a group photograph. On this note, we now conclude the technical session 1. We eagerly look forward, dignitaries, to kindly welcome you all again, once again, in our forthcoming endeavors.
Thank you.
Dear audience, kindly be seated as we are immediately starting with our technical session 2. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious presence. Dear friends, after the power-packed technical session 1, we are all set to witness some more thought-provoking deliberations in our next technical session on yet another highly relevant theme, new education policy and value system in higher education and role of management education and technology in emerging India. We are confident that the deliberations during this session will also lead to meaningful cross-fertilization of ideas. We request our distinguished panelists for technical session 2 to kindly grace us on the dais. Please put your hands together for our session chairman, Dr. T.R. Pandey, Honorary Secretary, GHAZIABAD Management Association and Director, AGIM, GHAZIABAD. Our esteemed panelist, Dr. Gireshwar Mishra, Professor of Psychology and Dean Research, Humanities and Social Science, Delhi University, and Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, IMT GHAZIABAD. Can we have a huge round of applause for our iconic panelists? Thank you so much, dignitaries, for your gracious presence. Very rightly said, the mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, and a great teacher inspires. There are no words which can convey our awe and our respect for our eminent panelist, Dr. Gireshwar Mishra sir. May we have a huge round of applause for him. We request Dr. Amita Srivastava to welcome him with a token of greeting. One, please. Our eminent panelist, Dr. Gireshwar Mishra. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir? It is our honor to welcome you, sir. Kindly accept a token of greeting from us. I request Dr. Amita Srivastava to kindly welcome sir with a token of greeting. One, please. Welcome, sir. So good to have you with us today. Dear friends, a true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs and needs of others. We are fortunate to be mentored by one such leader, none other than Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, IMT GHAZIABAD. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? We request Dr. Vibhuti, Professor and Head, Department of Business Administration, RKGIT. Request you, ma'am, to kindly present a welcome sapling to our eminent panelist, Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, IMT GHAZIABAD. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please welcome sir with a huge round of applause. Welcome sir to the convention. We are eagerly looking forward to hear from you.
Ma'am, Samit, please. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. There are dreamers and there are planners. The planners make the dream come true. One such wonderful blend of dreamer and planner is our illustrious session chair, Dr. T.R. Pandey. With the courage and passion, having the courage and passion to realize his dreams, it's a privilege to introduce you, sir. Dr. T.R. Pandey is Director of Ajay Kumar Garg Institute of Management in GHAZIABAD and also a professor in the area of strategy and macroeconomics. Before getting associated with AKGIM, he has been working with ICFI. He was also associated with organizations like Telco and Carnegie Consultants before moving into academics. A master's in economics and business management and a doctorate from Lucknow University. He has been actively involved in numerous MDBs and consultancy. May we have a huge round of applause for sir. We request Mr. S.K. Verma to present a welcome sapling to our distinguished moderator, distinguished session chair, Dr. T.R. Pandey. Can we have a huge round of applause? Request Mr. S.K. Verma to kindly welcome sir with the sapling. Please, sir. Welcome, Dr. Pandey. We are really looking forward to have very meaningful deliberations on the session chair team. Looking forward to hear from you and all our eminent panelists.
Thank you.
We now request you, sir, to kindly introduce our illustrious panelists and also set the tone for this session. Over to you, please.
So thank you once again, Dr. Parul. So we have got two bright stars from the world of academics with us. Professor Dr. Girishwar Misra and Dr. Vishal Talwar. Dr. Girishwar Misra is a PhD. He was Vice Chancellor at the University of Rashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya of Devara, it is Central University. His research is focused on social, developmental, health and cultural psychology. He has published journals, articles on these topics, many in the top tier peer-reviewed journals such as American Psychologist, International Journal of Psychology, Psychology and Developing Societies, and International Journal of Behavioral Development. He has served as the President of the National Academy of Psychology, NAOP, India, and edited the journal Psychological Studies Springer for 16 years. He was Fulbright Senior Scholar at Swarthmore College and University. And however, he is recipient of Jawaharlal Nehru National Award by the Government of Madhya Pradesh, National Fellowship of Indian Council of Social Science Research, Fellowship of NAOP India, Fulbright Nehru Fellowship, and S.C. Mitra Memorial Award by Asiatic Society. His recent works include psychological intervention of health and well-being and survey and exploration in psychology. Thank you so much for being here. We welcome you. We have got Dr. Vishal Talwar with us. Dr. Vishal Talwar is a director at IMT GHAZIABAD. Prior to this particular assignment, he was Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship and Dean for the School of Management at the Hero Group's educational venture, that is BML Manjar University. In the past, he served at varied leadership roles, including head of campus at the SP Jain School of Global Management. He was earlier based in UK for almost 12 years at institutions such as London School of Economics in their Department of Management, as well as Henley Business School, University of Reading. He was nominated for the Silver Medal at the Market Research Society Awards in the United Kingdom. This award is given to the best paper in a particular year published in the International Journal of Market Research. Whilst at Henley, Dr. Talwar received the award for contribution to teaching and learning. This award is often given to those who go beyond and contribute to the development of the student cohort. An avid teacher and marketing academician, having published at the FD 50 level, Dr. Talwar is a PhD from Alliance Manchester Business School, University of Manchester. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. The topic given to us is New Education Policy in Higher Education, Value System, the role of Management Education and Technology in Emerging India. Luckily, immediately after this we'll go for lunch, and this is the problem with the education system in the country. You know, the moment we graduate, we think we should go for a job. You know, the last education policy that Government of India came out with was in 1986. So for almost 35 years, we were struggling with that particular archaic system of education, where a student having done, graduation point is he was unemployable. So probably this is the philosophy, this is the fundamental fact why the government of India, came out with NEP 2020. Although NEP is talking too high on so many areas and so many things, but there are so many difficulties, appreciations, criticisms too. In fact, it will take another 5-10 years for us to actually settle down as to what NEP is actually looking out for and where the college and university will finally settle. Right? We have the role of management education also to discuss, the role of technology also to discuss in emerging India. I was just going through NEP before coming to this particular thing, because I had to go through the whole thing. I found only one paragraph which was focusing on technical education in the whole of NEP of 66 pages. And then we talk of technical education, we talk of management education. Management education and technical education both are quite synonymous as per NEP. They say that management graduate is like a doctor who prescribes medicine, who diagnoses the problem as per his own intuition, understanding, which he develops over a period of time, not just by looking into the book or just by finishing a class. Right? So we've got lot many things to see and come. I'm sure with these two stalwart on the dais, we'll be having some good outcome on what NEP is going to have as far as management education is concerned, role of technology is concerned, and value education is concerned. I'll request Professor Girishwar Misra to start with on new education policy and value system in higher education. Sir, over to you now.
नमस्ते, गुड आफ्टरनून। मेरा ख्याल है हम लोगों ने सुबह जो सुना था वो एक दुनिया में पहुंचा देने वाला एक एजेंडा था, एंड वी आर नाउ थिंकिंग अबाउट द वे टू मूव फॉरवर्ड and reach to that goal. The human capital which is required is primarily related to the kind of education system that we have. जिस बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजी, इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ वर्ल्ड मैप पे भारत का क्या रोल होगा, all these issues were presented beautifully. और लगा कि हम लोग तो एक सपना देख रहे हैं कि हम कहां पहुंच रहे हैं। अगर उस एम को पाना है तो हमारे लिए जरूरी होगा कि उसके लिए कॉम्पिटेंट ह्यूमन कैपिटल मौजूद हो। मैं जीएमए का बहुत आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे मौका दिया है कि मैं इस मसले पर आपसे कुछ बात करूं। एजुकेशन सिस्टम has been given to India by great Macaulay, and we have been following that system. 3 universities, Bombay, Calcutta and Madras, they were organized as examining bodies in 1857. And the whole structure was borrowed from Britain. And the idea was to create people who can help the British to run the rule. It was not to create knowledge. And if you look at the way the education system was stabilized in India, before independence and after independence, there is considerable continuity in terms of structure, in terms of functioning, in terms of the delivery of various kinds of skills and development of, various processes. Now, all the systems and ways which were established were accepted by us. Please remember, और शायद हम लोग भूल चुके हैं, यहाँ पे भाद्राचार्य थे, यहाँ चरक थे, यहाँ सुश्रुत थे, यहाँ पाणिनि थे. And if you look at the texts and the kind of principles and theories which are given in Panini's Ashtadhyayi, you will see that it provides the best model of grammar, and that has been recognized everywhere. आज हम लोग बाहर से ठप्पा जब लग के आ गया तो कहा कि now yoga is something very important, and कितने सालों में we have created Ayush Ministry to take care of indigenous systems of medicine. Why I am mentioning this is that we tried to emulate, to copy the kind of system which is available elsewhere. We did not bother about our own indigenous knowledge system. इतना बड़ा गैप क्रिएट हो गया कि हमें से कोई पाणिनि को नहीं जानता है, कोई भर्तृहरि को नहीं जानता है, कोई सुश्रुत को भी नहीं जानता है, कोई चरक को भी नहीं जानता है. बाहर से कुछ पढ़ के आता है, बताता है अरे इसमें तो ये लिखा हुआ है. This is the situation. So a gap was created, and an indigenous knowledge system becomes unfamiliar. There are many contributions in many areas. हम लोग अखबारों में कभी-कभी पढ़ते हैं, पत्रिकाओं में कभी-कभी पढ़ते हैं. But we are hardly aware of the resources which are available in our knowledge system, practices. And many problems are there because we are not aware about them. The system which was implanted was transported. I am more familiar with social sciences. We know more about American society and British society rather than Indian society. We have taken concepts, theories, methods from the Western tradition of knowledge. Knowledge कोई खराब नहीं है, but that knowledge is actually indigenous knowledge developed in that area. And that is being imposed, and you use that lens to look at reality, categorize things. दुनिया को देखने का जो नजरिया मिलता है वो कैसा है ये तय करेगा कि आप किस तरह से बिहेव करते हैं. This is very crucial. I think we have learned a lot about plagiarism. We have heard a lot about repetitive nature of research which is being undertaken. There is very little creativity. And our effort is largely to repeat what has been done elsewhere. एक हमारे मित्र थे, उन्होंने इंडियन जर्नल्स में पब्लिकेशंस को देखना शुरू किया. एक मजेदार चीज ये दिखी कि 10 साल पहले जो अमेरिका में हुआ था वो आज हम यहाँ दोहरा रहे हैं. That is the gap. And हम उनकी थियरीज के लिए कुछ एग्जाम्पल विद सम वेरिएशन क्या टेस्ट करते हैं. This is a big challenge. There is very little creativity. So the dependence on that kind of knowledge system has created a big challenge. I don't want to discourage. I am an optimist and I want to work hard. But the system which has been created has created hurdles. The list is very long. The new education policy which has been prepared and an outline is circulated which is 50-60 pages, which provides not the entire program of education policy but a broad outline. उसका मसौदा है थोड़ा, and that is trying to address questions in certain ways. I would like to bring home here some of the salient features of the new education policy which departs from the earlier ways of doing education. The first and the key aspect of that is that it requires us to rethink about connecting with indigenous knowledge, culture, language. भाषा, ज्ञान, संस्कृति, इन तीनों को भारत से कैसा जोड़ा जाए. मैं समझता हूं कि अनूप जी की हिंदी की कविता ने जिंदगी के जिस सवाल को, जलवायु के सवाल को, पूरे जीवन के प्रश्न को जैसे रखा, उसके लिए मैं पुनः उन्हें बधाई देता हूं इस मंच से. Now that creativity is there which touches our hearts. It is possible the way you think. जिन कॉन्सेप्ट को हम लेते हैं, जिंदगी को जो पहचानते हैं, ये हमारे काम है. भाषाओं से बड़ा गहरा रिश्ता है. In his autobiography, Gandhi writes, and he has written in many places, that learning in a medium which is not our own language creates a burden, and much more time is required to learn even simple things because that is a challenge. इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि मातृभाषा में अध्ययन हो, मदर टंग में अध्ययन. He also emphasized that heart, hand and mind. हाथ का भी उपयोग, शरीर का भी उपयोग हो, बुद्धि का भी उपयोग हो और भावना का भी उपयोग. Modern education has been emphasizing intellectual part and is not addressed and in fact it has created a distraction कि शरीर का कोई उपयोग नहीं है. बहुत सारे हम में से ये सोचते हैं कि बड़ा होके बस नस्खा करना गांव में और बहुत जगह पे यही है कि you create a distance and you can see what are the consequences of that. Health related consequences are there. So holistic education is another point of departure if you compare the new education policy with the earlier system which was there. This holistic education is trying to address the development of personality in totality. Not only the intellectual, but also skills which are required to do things in many ways. Life skills are required. You need not only to learn, but you need to apply that. So, vocational skills as well as internship as well as trying to create space to use that knowledge in actual life, that becomes very crucial. So this is another important point where attempt is being made to create a space to connect with life. The third feature which seems to be very significant is that the new education policy is creating to support talent. It is promised that students will have choice to connect with different disciplines. Multidisciplinary orientation is being envisaged. A student is from physics, and if the student wants to do something in English literature, the student will be allowed. Or to do music, he will be allowed. Ideally, this new education policy provides this opportunity to help students to realize the potential which they have. There is another important change which is being introduced, and that is that students are given choice to continue for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, depending on the level of their understanding, their satisfaction, and they can come back and they can join. So this flexibility is something which is relevant to provide sufficient scope to meet the demands of society. So this flexibility is an inbuilt mechanism which allows to foster talent, to support application of knowledge. There is another very crucial change which is being introduced in the new education policy, and that is that the 4-year program which is being introduced at undergraduate level is something which builds a bridge between the doctoral work and graduate level studies. So if one completes 4 years, the person can get opportunity to go to research. You must have heard that the UGC has provided a provision to have professor of practice, people who are competent, वो अगर दक्ष या निपुण हैं किसी प्रोफेशन में, उनके पास डिग्री नहीं है, they can be appointed as professors. कोई बढ़ई हो, कोई लुहार हो, कोई सुनार हो, और वो अपने पेशे में बहुत ही निपुण है, तो उसको भी आप प्रोफेसर ऑफ प्रैक्टिस बना सकते हैं. Now this is opening. ये बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण बात है ये, because if you go to the earlier system, there is no such provision. You have to follow the steps and you can't deviate from that. But here, there is a possibility that you can connect with the indigenous scholarship, the way you want to utilize the kind of learning which is available in a particular area. And that leads to another component of new education policy, which emphasizes that learning or research or creation of knowledge should relate to the immediate cultural cultural, ecological context, how the gap between academia and society, how this gap can be bridged, how to connect with that, or even industry is there. So, what is happening in society, what are the needs of society, and how you are going to connect your education. These questions were not addressed in earlier kind of system. It was primarily related to, I'm talking about liberal arts and many such studies in our areas. The emphasis was more on, understanding a theory and learning that and doing that. I also want to draw to the point that if this policy is successful, it is going to create a big change in the way evaluation is done. परीक्षा जो है एक भूत की तरह से विद्यार्थी के ऊपर और विद्यार्थी के माता पिता के ऊपर हावी हो जाता है. In fact, test anxiety. No, that shows the significance, how it has, created a problem. Why that should be a problem? Can we move to a system of evaluation which becomes an opportunity to learn? So, the possibility is there that students will also evaluate teachers and teachers will evaluate students. So, how this change can be introduced? There is greater emphasis on, in current system, on board examination. The new education policy says that it has to be reduced. So only at grade 12 there will be board examination, and before that it will be internal evaluation where the students are doing and learning and it is being assessed. So continuous kind of evaluation which is constructive, which is not creating some kind of fear, which is not creating a challenge. So the new education policy is going to change the learning process, its relationship with the context, how it can be applied, how it is going to be assessed in a big way. And as we know that the whole system is going to increase or enhance the whole range. Now it is from 3 years onward that the system is going to take care. In this way, it is a departure, a step ahead from where we were, and I think it's a big challenge which has been accepted. The issue of mother tongue is very, very crucial. मातृभाषा में बच्चा पढ़ता है तो घर में जो पढ़ता है, घर की जो भाषा है और विद्यालय की जो भाषा है, उन दोनों के बीच में कोई बाधा नहीं होगी. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult. और फिर A for apple, apple माने से वो यही याद करता रहेगा. वो सेव भी जानता है, सेव खाता भी है, लेकिन वो याद कर रहे A for apple, apple माने सेव. बड़ा समय इसमें जाता है. It is very crucial to see how learning can be enhanced. We have not paid much attention to this problem, and resource has to be created. Now there is, and I have seen that it is working very well. Google Translation, if you, that system is helping a lot for creating material in different languages, and very fast development is taking place in that kind of translation, and I think it will help in a big way to create resources in different languages. Now there is another very important concern, and that is that there is diversity in different ways, and how that diversity can be brought got into the system. When I am using the word diversity, I am trying to draw your attention to the challenge of inclusive nature of education. How to make it more inclusive. How you are going to cover larger section of population. How to make them competent. Finally, because time is limited, I want to draw attention of everyone present here, and I also request the government, I've been writing about it, that we have been making promise to spend 6% of GDP और 3% भी नहीं पहुंचा है। लगातार कोशिश हो रही है कि कुछ किया जाए, लेकिन कभी 2.6, कभी 2.8, it has not reached to 2.3%. The school-going population is increasing. You are going to create quality education. The challenge is heavy. You need to spend on education. You have to provide that resource. National students के अचीवमेंट के सर्वे एनसीईआरटी ने कराए हैं, एंड द रिजल्ट इज कि दर्जा 5 का जो लड़का है वो दर्जा 3 की स्तर की पढ़ाई नहीं कर पा रहा है. Schools do not have the necessary infrastructure. The universities do not have teachers. There are 6,000 faculty positions vacant in all central universities only. That is the situation. So we have to gear up. We have to create a very systematic intervention. We have to do that. If we don't do that, then the system is going to collapse. Whatever you have will not be there. It's a big challenge. And if you want to achieve that goal, we need quality education, and for that we have to make investment, and that has not been shown. Let us make effort to create that resource, provide those situations where talent can flourish. I will stop here simply by saying हम लोग बहुत पहले से कहते हैं असतो मां सद्गमय तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर मां मृतंगमय. ये हमारा बड़ा पुराना है. गीता में कहा कि ज्ञान से पवित्र इस दुनिया में कुछ भी नहीं है. बहुत सारा कुछ है जो कि कहता है कि इंडियन ट्रेडिशन हैज बीन नॉलेज सेंट्रिक. आज कहा जा रहा है कि ये knowledge की एज है, era of knowledge. We are talking about these things, but that require investment on the part of government and a serious attitude for that. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity.
Now I'll invite Dr. Vishal Talwar to share his thought on the role of management, education and technology in emerging India. We are changing very fast, sir. Now it is up to you as to how you manage your technology and everything to see that we are part of this.
I think I'll also to use my management skills to finish off on time because मुझे बहुत खराब लग रहा है at the moment. I'm between you and a very good lunch. Because I see the lunch being carried from here. It's very sumptuous. So thank you very much. I think I'll just take about 10-15 minutes. आप सोच रहे होंगे कि this elephant की photo यहाँ पे क्यों है? But I thought when we were, at least when I was conceptualizing आज का discussion, I thought let's look at the last 30 years of growth as far as India is concerned. The last 30 years of growth, not just India but also comparative countries is concerned. And now you'll find out why I'm using the elephant as I would say a metaphor, but as an example. That's because
gives you a fair idea of how development has happened across the countries, right? Now, no marks for guessing who's on the top over there, the hump of the elephant or the torso or whatever it is. Countries like China, right? So country like China has grown from, let's say, $1 trillion to more than, $8 trillion at that particular time. This data is from 1988 to about 2008. So it's based on Lackner and Milanovic. They're very popular researchers as far as developmental economics is concerned, and they looked at this. And of course, India. Now, this elephant-looking chart actually suggests to you that countries like India and China have actually gained a lot from what we currently call as globalization. From 1988 onwards, of course, India started as a globalization process from 1991, but obviously China started about 12 or 14 years before that. If you look at, on the other side, interestingly, who's benefited a great deal and who's not benefited as much as you expected it to benefit, is some of the, let's say, blue-collar workers in countries such as the US, okay, and possibly Europe as well. That's because globalization also meant a lot of transfer of resources. It meant a lot of transfer of plant and machinery from a certain part of the world, dismantled and brought into another part of the world, which was supposedly more economically beneficial or low cost or whatever else. For example, China. But at the same time, this chart also tells you that some of the poorest in the world have not necessarily benefited as much from globalization. Now, this poorest is not, let's say, poorest based some countries, let's say in sub-Saharan Africa or wherever. These poorest actually are in many different, dispersed across many different parts of the world. Okay? Now, obviously the challenge for globalization also is that how do you then ensure the dispersion of wealth across all sorts of people in the society? No marks are also guessing who's actually benefited the most out of the globalization. If you look at the trunk of the elephant, right, it actually suggests to you that 1% of the richest population in the world has actually benefited the most from this whole idea of globalization as well. Okay. Now, this is till about 2008 data. If I look at data beyond that, so there have been other researchers has become here, or I'm just referring to one particular research here. Their research has kind of looked at it from till about 2018. The wider spread of data, slightly different. The first research was based on World Bank data, was based on a lot of surveys that were done. This data was based a little bit more on tax-related collections and stuff like that. But your data is also not saying something very different, right? Yes, a lot of people in the emerging markets like India and China have actually benefited. But this doesn't necessarily look a little like the elephant. For me, it looks more like, a bad representation of a cobra. Okay? But this is still telling the same story, that there is a certain very, very, very small population of the world which has actually benefited the most out of this whole globalization process. But we cannot deny the fact that a lot of intermingling, a lot of ideas, transfer of resources, transfer of plant and machinery, transfer of let's say capital wealth has actually benefited a lot of countries who were able to benefit because they were market-based economies or economies that were showing certain tendencies to want to grow. Okay, so they've obviously benefited a lot from this process. India has obviously benefited a lot. We talk a lot now about, let's say, localization, globalization, a potent combination of the both. You also notice while there's been a lot of globalization, there's been a lot of increasing protectionism also. Right? So both are actually simultaneous processes at this juncture. It could be in the mind, it could also be actually a lot of equilibrium that's happening in different parts of the world. You now have, let's say, better universities, you've got better output, you've got better capital now resident across the different parts of the world. So automatically there's more competition there. You have heard about the success stories of a lot of Indian brands such as Amul, for that matter. They've used a lot of global principles of branding, a lot of principles of this whole idea about the distribution, the supply chain, the logistics, how do you go about it, and then build a certain base for themselves. Now,
when I use the word globalization, what I'm also saying is a lot of these things have actually come out from a lot of managerial orientation, a lot of leadership in business, a lot of ability to be able to progress by not only the public sector but also the private sector as well. A lot of this has contributed to growth over a period of time. We learn a great deal if you look at this whole concept of industrial clusters in China. So China has very specific clusters in different parts of the country. So there's this cluster which produces toys, there's the cluster which produces automotives, there's the cluster which produces something else. And this kind of concept is actually not necessarily China's idea. But they've obviously learned a lot from other parts of the world, and they've introduced that in their countries. The original idea of clusters was actually more Italian. Okay, so you have Italian clusters, you have clusters for luxury, you have clusters for leather, you've got clusters for something else. India's obviously used this, right? So if you look at this whole concept of one district, one product, right, wherein there's a lot of emphasis, all the, let's say, 438 districts or whatever have been divided into specific products or specific aspects which then cultivated over a period of time will help the development of countries such as India. The picture on the left is actually a picture from Andhra Pradesh and how they've looked at this whole idea of one district, one product to then be able to stimulate demand and provide certain policies for them to grow. Coming to this whole idea, there's no denying the fact that management education, business schools, management and technology combined have actually contributed a lot to the development not only of India but many other parts of the world, the ones which have actually capitalized on the opportunity. We see that. We've seen a growth of universities, we've seen a growth of business schools, we've seen a growth of standalone institutions, right? And obviously there's a certain base of employable skill sets that are, the industry is benefiting from. But let's look at what's happening now, and this is where I'm trying to link up with what Dr. Mishra was talking about, right? This whole idea of what's happening with the NEP. I will not get into any details about the NEP because he's already spoken at length and very, very well about what the NEP does. But there's so much that we are now seeing in the news. There's, the education system in India, and not just the business school education system, has currently a lot of things to think about. Right, from the macro perspective, if you look at the expectations of the students, if you look at technological change, if you look at curriculum changes that are required, a lot of things are coming in, and at the same time you have the NEP 2020. Right, so there's a lot of turbulence, there's a lot of what I would call as change in the mind as well as change in actual implementation that we require if we want to benefit a great deal from a lot of different policies that are being currently talked about or being implemented across, let's say, the UGC as well as the AICTE. Right, so we've heard so much about how we can create 25% extra seats for foreign students, how foreign universities are being allowed to come into India, how a lot of standalone institutions will have to, understand what's their path for success as we go forward, sustainability, their continuity as institutions. ये बहुत सारे ऐसे questions हैं जो institutions will have to answer. Recently UGC वाला देखा होगा जहाँ पे affiliated colleges have to now start looking at whether they want to become independent of sorts as well. Right? And our distance learning degrees are being equated with offline degrees. You can do multiple degrees at the same time. This is linking up to what Dr. Mishra was talking about, right? This whole idea of holistic development, multidiscipline or whatever else. Sometimes focus on multidiscipline is also important to know how much of depth you're being able to provide the student. It's all good for us to say that yes, the student interest, but then at the same time, how much depth and thus how much capability of that student, that skill set that you're able to bring in also matters as you go forward. Now, major provision I don't want to talk about, but I think I just want to bring up another question is that, at least the indication that we get from the regulatory system here is that great job, right? So, institutions such as ours, a lot of standalone business schools in various categories, one or whatever else, they've all been, contributing, to the nation in many ways. Business leadership, the contributing to so many different things. But then, of course, the government has obviously thrown a certain challenge to us, right? You've done well, 500 बच्चों में, 600 बच्चों में, 1000 बच्चों में. But of course, the NEP says, gross enrollment ratio हमें 26% से 50% करना है. Right? So automatically that means that they can't double the number of universities. You've got 900 whatever odd universities. You can't suddenly double them to 2,000. possibility of transformation as you go forward. So that's why questions will remain for people like us about what do we do, how do we expand, how do we grow, how do we still maintain that ability and capacity to provide employable individuals who graduate from institutions. A lot of those challenges are actually there. But what about management education, right? I've done a similar session internationally when I talked about, what's the current status of business schools. And I'm always reminded, kabhi bahut enchant hota tha, Tota and stuff like that, this whole idea of what the future will hold, right? But there are certain questions that we as management institutions have to answer, right? Now, why do we exist, right? We're coming back to fundamental questions, and it ties up to a lot of the change and the turbulence that currently exists right now. The system wants us to move in a particular direction, right? The expectations of the stakeholders wants you to move in a different direction. Whereas every time the placement cycle happens, you have placement week, you have placement day, you have placement month, you have whatever else. Somewhere there's a lot of ambition, there's a lot of need to be able to expand your capabilities, abilities, think about more things than just the employability, more things than just the placement. But fundamentally, when placement season comes, all you get measured on is aapka package, kitna provide hua. So this also fundamentally is also making us ask certain questions. What's our purpose? Right? Why do we exist? How well are we fulfilling the needs of the society? Okay, when we came along, let's say in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and when business schools became prominent or a vehicle for development of the country, right? There was a certain contract that we signed with society, right? Of course, hypothetical contract. That this was the reason for our existence. Why do we exist? And are we still going according to that particular plan? But quite frankly, there's a lot of movement away from that. It's the current business school model, right? So there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of expectation, a lot of changes, macro conditions, situational conditions, a lot of regulatory expectations. Is the current business school model ready to cope with this? Is the current process of management education, the way we are going about it, is it ready to cope with this kind of change? Most importantly, kya hum us change ke liye ready hai? Right? So this is a question not just for us as management institutions, higher education institutions, but it's also the corporate world. I'm sure everybody sitting here is this the whole thing around the resistance to wanting to move to a new model, wanting to move away from what is your comfort zone will be a big question mark, right? While obviously the NEP is a document that promises that we will be able to graduate up to a certain level, we'll be able to bring in a lot of contextual relevance, we'll be able to bring in a lot of Indian contextual abilities, concepts into what we do, but then the implementation is where we'll all have to be able to ready to contribute. What should be a focus area? Going forward, what should a focus area for institutions like ours be? For a very long period of time, we always talk about, interestingly, and this is something that I was reading about, we always, if you look at the vision and mission of any management institution, you'll always see that we are contributing to the world and contributing business leaders and for society and stuff like that. But the fact remains that while we talk about the fact that we're contributing business leaders to the world, there is still a crisis of leadership. Now, this crisis of leadership is around the kind of decision making that has happened, the kind of situation that you see, the kind of busts that you see as far as the Indian corporate world is concerned, or the international corporate world is concerned. So that makes you also question that yes, we have a vision and mission to be able to contribute a certain kind of business lead to the world, but have we stuck to that? Is this whole idea of what Henry Mintzberg says is the winner takes all managerialism issue, right? This whole idea of game theory, I win, you lose. Is this something that is actually relevant to what we are trying to do in the Indian context, right? I come back to the earlier point. We need to be able to ensure that there is a more dispersal of economic wealth across all parts, not just the middle class, not just the certain kind of class, but also the people who've not yet come into that same bandwagon as well. Now, that automatically means we have to start thinking a little differently about why we exist. Every Finance 101 course will always talk about business exists to enhance shareholder value, right? Is it important for us to now start looking at something much more than that? That becomes fundamentally very important. That's what brings in this idea of societal benefit, brings in this idea of what he was talking about, inclusive, accessibility, right? Education is obviously getting more and more expensive as we go forward. A lot of education is actually becoming very expensive. It's going beyond the comfort zones of many individuals. Now, how does it tie in with our aims and visions and the goals that we have, let's say, as a part of the new education policy? It ties in with this whole goal and the vision and the mission of what we want to do with the deficit that we have. And he's absolutely right. Dr. Mishra was actually right. The fact that we've always spent much less as a portion of the GDP on education every time. We've never been able to achieve that 6%. Is it important for us to look at that? Other people also think about, can we expand this notion of a business school? Can we start looking at this whole idea of public value business schools, right? Hybrid orientated business schools. Now some of the business schools actually started, looking at or teaching things such as hybrid workplaces, right? Not just preparing you for a certain kind of corporate world, but trying to prepare you for much more than just a corporate kind of world, a very narrow definition of what corporate worlds mean. How do you integrate technology learning into the business school model? All these things will become important. Program content will become very important. What are we teaching? And this kind of ties in with this whole idea of, why not look at the best of all worlds, right? While we offer a great deal of knowledge that we already are aware of, certain knowledge we're not aware of in the Indian context, we bring that up, right? We kind of balance it out with a lot of other knowledge which we know that actually works. It is important for us to look at all aspects here. At the same time, we have to look at non-standard collaborations. For a very long period of time, academic institutions, not just business schools, have been very inward-looking. To be able to grow and sustain ourselves in this kind of environment, we have to now start looking very non-standard collaborations. We very, we don't like collaborating with another institution close by. Right? Why not? Now the time has obviously come for us to do that. We have to train students for beyond placements. Right? Fundamentally speaking, if you look at management schools, if you look at business schools, one big parameter is always around placement. Is that what we should be doing? Is that sustainable? Is that something that is giving the right kind of input and the right kind of expectation setting in the student? All these ideas have to be looked at. So this was essentially my idea on how we talk about emerging India. We talk about a lot of things around, we are obviously preparing for 2050, we're preparing for 2047, we're preparing for the next 25 years. But fundamentally speaking, a lot of re-engineering is required, not only in a mindset, but also in how we run management in, education in the Indian context. Very, very important. So thank you very much, GMA, as well as Dr. Pandey and everybody else to give me the opportunity. If there are any questions, please.
Thank you, Dr. Talwar. In fact, there is no question you have left for us to ask because everything was almost covered. And the only question of which I was thinking I should be putting up to you, you have already addressed, like your dispersal of wealth. And I believe it is the only reason why skill building is being forced too much in NEP 2020, right? And of course, there is no other way, democratic way for dispersal of wealth other than education as a skill, right? It's the best way. Thank you so much, sir, for doing that. Professor Mishra, thank you so much for elaborating, the whole historical concept of the old education, the Macaulay system, and then transition from there to the new education policy. But the only problem, the question which will remain, in fact, I believe time will only be the better element to tell it, whether it will be able to sail through the global economic, social, and technological changes that will be coming across over a period of time. So thank you so much, sir, for making it convenient to attend this particular session as a speaker. So thank you so much, both of you, sir.
You have a question, is it? Okay, yeah, go ahead, please.
So one thing which struck me was a public value business model, that is hybrid business model you talked about. sir, what could be the ideology behind it and the pedagogy which could be followed to adopt this business model?
Please introduce yourself also.
So my name is Akansha Singh and I am from IIMS GHAZIABAD. I would be very pleased to have an answer.
So thank you. I think Public Value Business School, the way I was looking at this is, you have so much that the public sector is doing, you have so much that even the government is doing. I think certain schemes are successful, certain schemes are not successful. Right? A lot of it is to do with the effectiveness, a lot of it is to do with the implementation, a lot of it is to do with, let's say, communication. A lot of these are fundamental tenets of management education. But management education is largely now a little bit is being focused on the entrepreneurship mode, a little bit is being focused on, let's say, startups, the innovation incubation system. But of course, you are just 2% of the cohort of a business school going for something like this. I think there's a huge amount of skill set, intellectual capacity that business schools have. Possibly they're just narrowing down their own visions and contributing just to a corporate orientation. I think they should start thinking bigger, start looking at public policy, they should start looking at, let's say, NGO management, they should start looking at public sector management with a separate piece and focus on it much, much more, because that will benefit a great deal. Public Value Business School is also not just about these elements which you can bring into the curriculum, right, or create certain sub-schools, but it's also about the mindset of the student. The student is coming in predominantly with the mindset that this particular school, institution will offer me a particular kind of role in the real world. But I think the mind needs to be expanded much, much more as well, right? I'm coming in to be able to not just come in for a particular corporate career, but I'm coming in to make an impact. A lot of those things have to be worked on. So a lot of tangible as well as intangible development part of the public values business model.
Thank you, sir. So just one more thing. So you talked about cluster system. So is that applicable in all industry or just if we could focus on FMCG only?
It's applicable in all industry. If you look at India and if you look at there are certain sectors, even if I look at, let's say, handicrafts for that matter, a lot of karigari work is actually getting lost in the country. A lot of karigari work, let's say in the middle of UP somewhere or whatever, is actually getting lost because the next generations are not adopting that because they have other reasons for existence. They might go for education somewhere, they might go to the big city. Right? A lot of this means that you have to identify these clusters and see ways and means to be able to aggregate them and create some sustenance and sustainability for them. If you look at, let's say, industrial clusters in China, there are clusters for everything. There's clusters for even technology, there's clusters for toys, there's clusters for AI, there's clusters for automotive. Similarly, India's got a lot of different kinds of clusters. Possibly the idea here is to identify a cluster and be able to provide certain policies that is able to help that cluster become competitive, not only from an Indian context, but from a global perspective.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing the queries of our young minds. And thank you, students, for being such an attentive audience. Thank you, dignitaries, for the wonderful session. It would be our honor to present you with a token of gratitude. May we have a huge round of applause for the eminent panelists of this session. I request Dr. Amita Srivastava to kindly present a token of gratitude to our eminent panelist, Dr. Girishwar Mishra, sir. Ma'am, please. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful insights, such a thought-provoking address. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Sorry. So I'm taking this liberty, sir, to curtail this session and felicitate gratitude to our eminent panelist, Dr. Vishal Talwar sir. Ma'am, please can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Vishal Talwar. Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and for addressing the queries of our students. Welcome, ma'am. May we have a huge round of applause, please. We are grateful to Dr. T.R. Pandey for his excellent moderation. I request Mr. S.K. Verma, sir, to kindly present him with a token of gratitude. Please, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful insights and for moderating the insightful technical session. I request Mr. S.K. Verma to kindly present a token of gratitude to our eminent session chair, Dr. T.R. Pandey. Can we have a huge round of applause, audience? Thank you so much. To our cherished members of the event, I request the eminent panelists of the session, Professor kindly stay back for a group photograph, to kindly join us for a group photograph in front of the dais. Thank you, panelists. And with this, dear audience, we are concluding the technical session 2 on new education policy and value system in higher education and role of management education and technology in emerging India. We once again thank our distinguished luminaries for the wonderful insights. We really look forward to having you once again, sir, in our future endeavors. Thank you so much for your gracious presence. Thank you so much. Dear friends, we are immediately starting with the valedictory session. The last session of this prestigious 33rd National Convention of GHAZIABAD Management Association. We will be drawing the lucky draws towards the end of the valedictory session. I request our distinguished dignitaries for the valedictory session to kindly grace us on the dais, please. Request the student volunteers to kindly change the nameplates for the valedictory session, please. We had a wonderful session reverberating the pertinent theme of the convention. We have witnessed a marvelous inaugural and technical sessions, and we are sure that the learnings would be continuing in the valedictory session. I request our eminent chief guest, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Director General, Software Technology Part of India, our chief guest for this session, to kindly grace us on the dais, please. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir? Mr. S.K. Tiwari, Senior Vice President, GHAZIABAD Management Association and General Manager, Godfrey Phillips, India. Kindly grace us on the dais, sir. And Mr. Vinay Gupta, Executive Director, GHAZIABAD Management Association. Can we have a huge round of applause for our eminent dignitaries, eminent luminaries for this session. We request Mr. Dharmendra Singh to welcome our eminent chief guest, Mr. Arvind Kumar, by presenting him with a sapling, a symbol of growth and longevity. Please, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome, Mr. Arvind, sir. We are eagerly looking forward to hearing from you, sir. Can you have a round of applause, sir, for sir? We are honored to be joined by Mr. S.K. Tiwari, Senior Vice President, GMA and General Manager, Godfrey Phillips, India Limited. We request the Gulshan Thaparji to kindly welcome him with a token of greeting. Thank you so much, sir. It's a privilege to introduce Mr. S.K. Tiwari, our session chair for this prestigious session. Sir is a professional with over 25 years of a diverse experience in various fields, and he has been associated with elite organizations like Bhushan Steel, Ranbaxy, Bennett Coleman, as well as Godfrey Phillips, India. A certified Six Sigma Green Belt, he strikes a wonderful balance between strategic thinking and operational excellence. Words will fall short in describing him, hence I am cutting it short. So I now request you, sir, to kindly present the welcome address. A huge round of applause for sir.
Post the wonderful session of today's National Convention inaugural session, particularly on the theme of emerging India in Africa, followed by technical session 1 and 2. Now we come to another important session, important because of 3 reasons. We have an important chief guest with us for this session. In this session, awards will also be distributed. Moreover, we'll see lucky draw winners as well in this session. A very good afternoon to everybody. On behalf of GHAZIABAD Management Association, I welcome you all to this validity session. I understand this would seem the most difficult session, as we are approaching for lunch time. And I believe all eyes on me to finish this session as soon as possible, so that we can proceed for lunch. But I request you all to bear with me, and I assure that this session will be knowledge acquiring for everybody. And of course, the fruit of patience is always sweet. कहते हैं ना इंतजार का फल मीठा होता है. So let me introduce to our today's chief guest of this validity session, Shri Ajit Kumar, Director General, Software Technology Parks of India, in short we call STPI. Before joining STPI, since 2004, Sir was working in Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. As advisor in TRIBE, he was responsible for formulating policies on broadband, data security and privacy issues, manufacturing, DTH, IPTV, TV broadcasting and OTT. After having worked since 1997 in the Indian government-run Premier Technology Center called CDOT in various capacities. He has also worked with International Telecommunication Union as a rapporteur on the issues related to migration to next generation network, including OTT, cloud computing, security and privacy related issues. Shri Kumar holds a M.Tech degree from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Varanasi. Sir, it's a privilege for all of us to have you with us. Now, I would like to invite Shri Arvind Kumar ji to kindly enlighten us with the golden words. Over to you, sir.
I would just like to add, it is not just the most difficult, sir, but it is the most awaited also. The last session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Executive Director GMA, Mr. Vinay Gupta ji, Senior Vice President GMA, Mr. S.K. Tiwari, other distinguished speakers, guests, members of association, ladies and gentlemen. It's really great honor to be part of this event, Emerging India at the rate of Amrit Kal. Actually, India is changing, and you all are lucky that you are going to serve this country in this Amrit Kal. I will tell you why. Every time when government comes, everybody talks some big macroeconomic numbers, GDP will be in this percentage, 2 times, 3 times, trillion, this and that. But now, things are happening on the grounds. That is the difference when Mr. Rajiv Ujaj was saying that now government is doing a lot of things for the business. They were appreciating the government. It was not happening 10 years back. Every businessman, every business school talks that government is the roadblock in the growth of the business. Things are changing. We have appreciation from the college, we have appreciation from the business community, because people can see that now changes are real, changes are inclusive, changes are going up to the last person of this country. That is the change. We are going to see, as the government target is 10 trillion economy by 2030. And the best part is, out of that, by 2029 itself, 25% is coming from the digital economy. We have been champion in IT industry. Today we have $250 billion revenue from the IT industry. Around $200 billion we are exporting. And our biggest strength is this only, that we have highest or largest talent pool in this country. This is our strength. And next growth is coming from the digital economy. There is no region that we are going to lead this world in the next 25 years, which we are talking, that is Amrit Kaal. Government of India is making a lot of interventions. Before this session of education, but a session on the startup ecosystem, government is making continuous effort for a startup ecosystem to grow in this country. Since I also take this opportunity, what we are doing in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, apart from the DPIIT, who is generally talking about for any startup, they are talking growth, and all registered startups are of any types. But Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is intervening more on tech startups. And we at STPI supporting startup, and we have largest startup ecosystem in this country. We have incubation center all over the country, which is 80 incubation center we have across the country. And the best part is this, those out of 80, 65 centers are in tier 2 and tier 3 city. Why this tier 2, tier 3 city important? For this 25 years of Amrit Kaal, 3 trends we are looking now in this development. Trend 1 is, now we are talking about the deep tech startup. Second trend is, growth is coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. Third is, there is a very big movement towards manufacturing in this country. These 3 trends, which is going to lead us in next 25 years. When I say deep tech, which means use of artificial intelligence, everybody is talking about the artificial intelligence, and we can again become the champion in artificial intelligence, like we have been champion in IT/ITES services. The reason is, artificial intelligence, those who are engineers, they know very well that we were also studying the artificial intelligence 20 years back. But there was no use of artificial intelligence because there was no data. Artificial intelligence requires only 2 things. One is algorithm, another is the data. We are very logical, So we can develop logic, we can develop algorithms. We are not very much doing something very precise, right? But we are good in making the logical thinking solution of the problem. So we have very logical mind to develop the algorithms for AI, and no country in this world can produce the data we can produce. 8.5 billion transactions per month through UPI. No country can even think of. Why we should not lead in the fintech when we are having such a great data? And fintech is going to lead the new deep technology startups, then there is no reason nobody has that data. If today insurance company needs for their artificial intelligence product dent in the car, You know, in Europe, the kind of dented car you will get in a year, you will get the same number of cars in a day in this country. We can have such a good dented data, which is required to insurance company to create some product on artificial intelligence. We have created digital public infrastructure. In 90s, when we say digital public goods, which means operating system like Linux, Unix, we have missed that bus. We were only focusing, concentrating on services. We are very opportunist in positive sense. Y2K problem came in this country, Y2K problem came to the world, Indians jumped on that. This have given opportunity to Indians to understand the computer system before they were thinking of what this computer system is. And that opportunity has been capitalized in such a manner that we have become champion or leader in IT industry. Now this is again an opportunity. Opportunity of software product, opportunity of digital public infrastructure. Our digital public infrastructure which we have been created in this country, whether it is a biometric based Aadhaar or whether it is a UPI, every country is looking towards us. We are creating, we have missed that burst of creating digital public goods. Now we are leading to the world when we are talking in terms of digital public infrastructure. Fintech market, as I said, global market could be $350 billion and $150 billion is from India. This is the opportunity today we are on $50 billion, but we are looking at that opportunity and we have that capability because now this new technology development has played a very big role. Anybody today, I am doing UPI transaction at the same time, the person who is poorest in this country are also making the same type of transaction from the UPI. This labeling has been done by this technology and this is government's effort that the technology should reach, artificial intelligence should work for this country. This technology should reach to the last person of this country. This is government effort and government is making that effort very seriously, that I want to assure. GAM we have created and then Aadhaar mobile which has again changed the landscape of this country. Now, so first I said we are going the deep technology. We are well equipped, well poised to have lead this country in deep technology. Second is now growth is coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. When we conduct any open challenge program, for any of our startup ecosystem, because we not only provide innovation space, we also provide seed fund of 25 lakh rupees to each startup who is incubated with STI. When we conduct any open challenge program, more than 50% application comes from tier 2, tier 3 cities. This is the change. They are much better startup. So therefore, innovation, wisdom is not confined to the cities Bangalore or Hyderabad. It can come, it could be at any place, it could be the rural area also. We are good, that's why I said the 3 trends, we are doing well in deep tech. We are going to see the next growth from tier 2, tier 3 cities, and third is the manufacturing. Government's PLI scheme has made a change. Now we are the second largest mobile server in the world. 5 years back, 20% of the mobile, but imported. Everybody who was having the mobile in a conference, 100% was imported. Today, I can say there could be 1 or 2 mobile phones in this whole gathering, which has been imported, all has been manufactured in this country. These 3 trends, government has a lot of vision, lot of fund they have allocated. We are looking for electronic manufacturing is more than $300 billion by 2026. And we have also started what is called Semicon, where we are providing 50% of the support to any private entity. Number of schemes of the government is coming. We have third, as somebody said, we have third largest ecosystem in the country. and now this whole education system has to change. This should not create only British people, they should create some entrepreneurs. This is not mistaken. Then education, I think somebody mentioned that Mr. T.R. Pandey says after this session there will be lunch. Education system has taken mistaken. There was one section which is called valedictory session. So they should not say that that's the problem. So everybody after education not looking for the meal, they first looking for award, then they are looking for the meal. Thank you very much.
Awaited award ceremony, and for that we'll be starting with the awards for the IMA simulation game Chanakya. I request Mr. Vinay Gupta to kindly apprise us about what Chanakya is all about. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Sir, we in GHAZIABAD Management Association keep organizing various competitions among students and amongst managers, member companies, their employees, their managers. As our students, we normally give away award then because we never know when the students pass out. But this is the game. This game, we have organized a 2-day workshop in the form of management simulation business game called Chanakya on 13th and 14th of March this year. This was conducted by IMA, All India Management Association. It's a business simulation game where teams of 4 persons each are made to represent decision makers of a company. The workshop does practical session on aligning the managers with the objectives of the company they work for. This gives them a flavor of interdepartmental or cross-functional synergy for organizational excellence. Chanakya is a computer-generated management exercise in form of a business case simulating business environment and constraints as one finds in the real business world. The participants are required to take the most profitable decision for their company under such dynamic conditions. In this event, participation was in form of 7 teams from management cadre of industries and faculty from management institutes. The team from NTPC was declared winner. The team from GHAZIABAD Institute of Management was the runner-up, and the team from Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited was the second runner-up. Now I will call upon the members of the runners-up and winners to come to the stage and receive the award from our distinguished guest. But before we call the awardees, I would request our President, Mr. Dharm Singh, Saria Sahab, our immediate past President, and Gulshan Thapar also to join us on the stage for the award giving ceremony. Sir, Dr. Pandey also. We are all the office bearers. I hope the awardees are here. They were invited and they told me they are here in time.
I'll request you to re-announce.
I will announce once again the Chanakya awardees. First I will call in the second runners up for Chanakya. The team from Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited, Avinash Kumar, K. Pradeep Kumar, and Abhay Kumar Hundal from Shriram Pistons. This is the second runner.
A big round of applause for the awardees of Chanakya, the second runners-up team, Shriram Pistons and
Now we call the runners-up team from Ajay Kumar Garg, Institute of Management.
Thank you.
CSC Neeta Sahu, Mr. Rahul Singhal, and 2 students, Aniket Sharma and Srishti Bansal. Sir, this was the team of faculty and students.
क्या हुआ? अरे नहीं चल रहा है.
The first runners-up of
बच जाएंगे 4:30-5.
Congratulations, winners.
अगर 3 बज गया भी चल रहा है, अभी आधा 1-1.5 घंटा और लगेगा.
This is your moment, so the frame also has to be a little longer.
They're all budding entrepreneurs.
सामने देखिएगा सर. Yes.
And now winning team from NTPC. Team from NTPC Dadri.
लड़का है मेरा वाला. मेरा साथ लड़का है. मैं सामने. Yes.
Yeah, NTPC Dadri has forever been winning.
The influence they have become now.
No, but it's a different team event. It's a different team event. But then yes, NTPC Dadri has always been winning.
Can we have a huge round of applause for them?
उठा लो. कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. ले जा लीड, ये साउंड वालों को दे दे. उनको दे दे.
At this moment, we express our deepest gratitude to our patrons, our conference sponsors, and our capital partners for their support in organizing the prestigious GMA convention. It will be our honor to felicitate them with a token of gratitude. Please put your hands together for Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited. Please put your hands together for Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited, the principal sponsor in today's program. I request Mr. Ashok Sinha from Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited to kindly step forward and accept a token of gratitude from us. Thank you so much, Shriram Pistons. Thank you so much for the gracious support in organizing this prestigious, this glittering, the very shimmering GMA convention, 33rd in life. The Prince Shriram Pistons and Rings Limited, the principal sponsor for today's session. We have with us GHAZIABAD Institute of Management, the board sponsors for this prestigious convention. We have with us Dr. T.R. Patil to receive the memento. Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious support. Institute of Management Studies, the board sponsor. Once again, the board sponsor.
Arul, you were collecting memento for IMS.
Thank you so very
IMT, the next gold sponsor, IMT.
Can we have Dr. Vishal Talwar on the dais, please? Director, Institute of Management Studies. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry, I misheard wrong. Institute of Management Technologies, the gold sponsor for today's convention. Thank you so much, Vishal sir, for your gracious support. A round of applause for IPM Group of Institutions, the silver sponsor for today's program. Can we have somebody from IPM Group of Institutions to receive a token of gratitude from us? Rajkumar Goyal Institute of Technology silver sponsor. May we request Dr. Vibhuti and the team from RKGIT, Dr. Devendra Kumar Chauhan sir, DK Chauhan sir, to kindly grace us on the dais, accept a token of gratitude from us, silver sponsors for the 33rd annual GMA convention. A round of applause for Dr. Chauhan and Dr. Vibhuti. Thank you so much for your gracious support. This is followed by GHAZIABAD Precision Products Limited, silver sponsor once again. We request the team from GHAZIABAD Precision Products Limited to kindly come near the dais for receiving the award. The team from GHAZIABAD Precision Products Limited request you to kindly join us on the dais, please, for receiving the award. Followed by Micromatic Grinding Technologies Limited, once again as the silver sponsor. Can we request people from Micromatic Grinding Technologies to kindly grace us on the dais? Mr. Mahajan is here with us. The applause audience should not stop. We are about to conclude, about to culminate this prestigious convention. Our sponsors, our patrons have been very generous in supporting us. They really deserve and demand and ought to be, recognized with a great round of applause. APK identification as a silver sponsor. Can we request the team to kindly join us on the dais, please, followed by diagnostic automations and controls as the silver sponsor. Can we have a round of applause for APK identification, silver sponsors in today's convention, followed by diagnostic automation. So we are about to draw the lucky draw. The Future IT Zone is the sponsor of the Lenovo laptop. They really need a great round of applause. Can we request Mr. Ganesha from Future IT Zone to kindly grace us on the dais, please, and accept a token of gratitude from us. Followed by ITC, International Tobacco Company, for significant contribution in today's program. For supporting us in organizing this convention. Thank you so much. And International Tobacco Company Limited, ITC Limited, signify for the support in organizing this convention. Thank you so much. Dear sponsors, our patrons, our organizing partners for today's convention. It would have been very difficult for us to organize this prestigious convention without your gracious support. Thank you so much. It is indeed an honor for us to be graced by the dignified presence, the esteemed presence of our distinguished chief guest, Mr. Devendra Kumar sir. We have a huge round of applause for him. May we request our management members to kindly present a token of gratitude to him. Your support, your inspiration in drawing the lots for the much awaited lucky draw. Are you all excited? Should we take it out? I can see excitement, perspiration, nervousness running through the audience. We are about to announce the winners of the lucky draw. I would like to re-emphasize over here that the host being GHAZIABAD Management Association, the EC members and the office bearers, in case they have mistakenly put in their names for the lucky draw, so that won't be eligible. So can we call out the name, sir? The winner of the lucky draw, this is for the laptop.
The name of the winner is Mr. Singh. Middle name is Kumar Singh. Just assume first name Jitendra Kumar Singh.
Oh, wow. A round of applause once again for Future IT Zone for sponsoring the Lenovo laptop. Congratulations, Mr. Jain. There's one more to go.
And for this Sare Gama, who is the music lover. But the lucky draw is in favor of Professor V.K. Rastogi.
Congratulations, sir.
रस्तोगी सर लेक्चर ज्यादा करते हैं आप सर ये पहले किसी भी गाने की एक लाइन
Yes, that is once again the eligibility criteria.
सजती रहे खुशियों की महफिल, हर सुबह आपकी सुहानी रहे और जिंदगी में आप इतने खुश रहे कि हर खुशी आपकी दीवानी रहे।
The Sare Gama has been sponsored by GHAZIABAD Management Association. A big round of applause once again for GMA. Congratulations, winners. We put on record our deepest regards for our distinguished Chief Guest, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Chief Guest for this valedictory ceremony. I request our management members to kindly present a memento to sir as a token of a profound respect for him. Yeah, jointly. Yeah, that's why I said I didn't say any name. Jointly, all the management members, the ECGC members of GHAZIABAD Management Association, accepting a profound regard and respect for Shri Arvind Kumar sir for his gracious presence today. Thank you so much, sir. We put on record our deepest gratitude to Dr. Rakesh Charya sir, immediate past president and senior and General Secretary IMS Group of Institutions. We request Dr. Manoj Goyal to kindly present his chair. So I request the Chief Guest now to kindly present momentum for his contributions. His everlasting contribution, not just in GMA but also in the education sector and many socially driven initiatives which sir is taking. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Dharmendra Singh, President, GHAZIABAD Management Association. Please accept a token of gratitude from us, sir, for leading today's convention, a front runner in organizing today's convention. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. S.K. Tiwari, Senior Vice President, GHAZIABAD Management Association. Thank you, sir, for all your support, all your contributions in organizing today's convention. We have with us Sri Gulshan Thapar, sir. Please accept our warmest regards, sir, for your contributions. Thank you so much.
He is the main architect and designer for this convention.
I now request Mr. Vinay Gupta to kindly express the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Before the vote of thanks, I request the Chief Guest to kindly honor Dr. Parul for beautifully anchoring this. Sir, before the vote of thanks, there is a request, Mr. S.S. Sharma, our member, he wants to say a little one thing about this.
I just want to congratulate and say 3 cheers to our Rakesh Charya ji for making this program great success by inviting Deepak ji sitting in one phone call. Give him a big hand, big round of applause, sir. Today's success goes to Rakesh Charya ji as well.
Thank you, Satveer.
So kindly take a seat. I'll be giving the vote of thanks.
And we were talking with Mr. Deepak Gora asked a very interesting question to our MD and CEO. What is the difference between MD and CEO? So he is the CEO of GHAZIABAD Management Association. He runs all the day-to-day functions. He is the main person behind organizing such a large program meticulously and so successfully. Please give us to Vinay Gupta.
Respected Mr. Kumar, Chief Guest of the session, President, Senior Vice President, Honorary Secretary, Honorary Treasurer of GMA, and all those present here. I feel honored that I have been given the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. At the outset, I will express my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Arvind Kumar, who has found time out in his busy schedule to be with us and share his valuable experience and views on reimagining India as emerging during the lockdown, which is an important part of the theme of the convention. Your address has been eye-opening and extremely enlightening to the delegates, sir. We feel honored with your presence amongst us today. I thank our Governing Council members for their guidance and the President, other office bearers, and Executive Committee members of GMA whose support helped me to organize a convention of this magnitude. I express my sincere thanks to the speakers and panelists who have given such valuable inputs and views during the technical sessions through the day, and to the student members who wholeheartedly participated in activities organized by GMA in the association with various institutes. I also thank the Chief of Industries and of Institutes in GHAZIABAD for wholeheartedly supporting and participating in this convention. I will fail in my duty if I do not express my gratitude to the support of sponsors and advertisers, without whose support we could not have been in a position to conduct such a convention. Shriram Pistol and Limited principal sponsors, IMS, AKZM and IMP, gold sponsors, GPPL, MGTL, APK identification, IPEM, diagnostic automation and controls, and RKGIT group of institutions, the silver sponsors. I also thank all advertisers who have contributed by giving advertisements in the souvenir release today. I thank the institutes for sparing the students and to the students who work to the full dedication as volunteers to the convention. I congratulate and thank awardees of the students and managers of the participating organizations in Chanakya and the various competitions conducted during the year. And of course, you, the delegates and audience, need a special mention, because without you all, there could not have been any convention. I hope you found the convention useful. I am sincerely indebted to you all for your presence, which has been motivating. And a special thanks to the team of admins of our corporate and institutional for providing logistic and administrative support. I thank Dr. Pal, Assistant Professor I, for so immaculately anchoring the entire event, and to IMS GHAZIABAD for allowing her to take up the responsibility for GHA. I will be in my duty if I do not mention my gratitude to Mr. Anand Kumar, Assistant Engineer Secretariat, for standing steadfast at all hours, however odd, and one smooth conduct of the convention in and out of office. In the end, I wish to thank the management staff of the hotel who provided continuous service to the convention. Thank you all. And we are ready for lunch. Just a minute.
We would be following our duty if we don't express our gratitude to Mr. Vinay Gupta sir for beautifully organizing this convention. I request Mr. Dharmendra sir to present a token of gratitude to him. And we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Vinay Gupta, Executive Director, GHAZIABAD Management Association. Thank you so much, sir. understanding and your ever-nurturing guidance to all of us. Thank you so much, sir.
In fact, as I told you that Virenji is the CEO of GHAZIABAD Management Association. But CEO without his team cannot do anything. He cannot run the show. So the team, you know the team behind him, only one man. And his name is Mr. Anand Kumar. He is with the camera. Please applause for Mr. Anand. He does everything. He is a single man army. Behind Mr. Vinay. So whatever is the success today, it all goes to Anand. Thank you, Anand.
We request Anand to step up on the dais and accept a small moment from us. Always look forward to your support in organizing many more such conventions.
GMA, along with principal sponsor, Sri Ram Krishnan, the Reliance Limited, had joined hands with Jeevan Asha Hospital and Rehabilitation Center. Sri Ram Krishnan had donated, that center provides artificial limbs to people who are physically handicapped, who have been in an accident or something. So Sri Ram Krishnan and Reliance Limited donated limbs for 8 people in the charitable hospital. We have a little small video clip that Jeevan Asha Hospital, which they have. We wanted to show it to all of you. That is also one of the phases of GMA, that we provide assistance for social activities, apart from educational activities.
Mangalam Gautamogani, Mangalam Pushpadanta, Jaina Dharmastu, Mangalam, Shri Mahishapurna Mahaviraय Namaha. जैन संत परम पूज्य संस्कार प्रणेता ज्ञान योगी की एक पाठ सौरभ सागर जी महाराज की प्रेरणा से निर्मित जिन मंदिर में विराजमान श्री 1008 मनशापूर्ण महावीर भगवान के आशीर्वाद से हमारे दिन की शुरुआत होती है। ये मंदिर दिल्ली एनसीआर के मुरादनगर में अविरल नहर के पावन तट पर स्थापित है। मंदिर में महावीर की भूगर्भ से प्राप्त 1200 वर्ष प्राचीन अतिशयकारी प्रतिमा विराजमान है, जिसकी छवि को देखते ही भक्तों के सारे कष्ट दूर हो जाते हैं और वे स्वयं को कृतार्थ अनुभव करते हैं। इस आशय क्षेत्र में प्रवेश करते ही सबकी मुरादें पूरी हो जाती है। वह भक्ति की झोलियां से भर जाती है। कभी गिरोगे तो खुद उठ जाओगे, कभी लड़खड़ाओ समझ जाओगे। थाम लो मनशापूर्ण भाविका का हाथ, शिखर पर निश्चय ही एक दिन चढ़ जाओगे। इसीलिए गुरु सौरभ सागर ने इन्हें मनशापूर्ण नाम दिया है, जो सबकी बिगड़ी बनाने वाला, मनशाएं पूर्ण करने वाला है। कौन कहता है तू लाचार है, गुरु सौरभ सागर तेरे साथ है।
कि सुनिए लोग, मुझे को कंधे पर ले जाने को तो अपना पुण्य समझते हैं, सारा देने को पुण्य समझते हैं, लेकिन ये विश्वास पैदा हो गया है कि जितने को साथ देने वाला उससे भी ज्यादा पुण्यवान है।
एक ऐसे संत जो प्राणी मात्र के कल्याण की भावना भाते हैं, जिनका हृदय असहाय विकलांग मानव को देखकर रो पड़ा, जिनका सपना था भवन्तु सुखा, विकलांग कोई अभिशाप नहीं, केवल एक शारीरिक दोष है, जिसे बड़ी सहजता से दूर किया जा सकता है।
महावीर क्षेत्र की इस पावन धरा पर आचार्य श्री 108 सागर जी महाराज के जीवन आश्रम हॉस्पिटल एवं पुनर्वास केंद्र में जहाँ एक और दिव्यांगों को निःशुल्क कृत्रिम अंग लगाए गए हैं, तो वहीं दूसरी ओर कृत्रिम अंग करने के बाद हॉस्पिटल प्रांगण में ही समय पर जॉब फेयर ही किया जाता है, जिसमें उन दिव्यांगों उनकी योग्यता के अनुसार नौकरी दी जाती है। सौरभ सागर सेवा संस्था के अभिन्न जीवन आशा हॉस्पिटल में बड़ी एवं बैंकों के द्वारा CSR के माध्यम से सहयोग किया जाता रहा है। अतः आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि आप भी कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के तहत जीवन आशा से जुड़ सकते हैं एवं जो भी जीवन आशा में दान दी जाती है उन्हें ATG के तहत टैक्स पर छूट भी मिलती है।
इस संसार में जो दूसरों के लिए जीता है उसका सदैव स्मरण होता है। इंसान की शक्ति उसकी आत्मा में होती है और आत्मा भी कभी ग्लानि नहीं होती। तेरा मेरा करते दिल चले जाना है। जो भी कमाया है इस जग में यहीं पर रह जाना है। कर ले बंदे अच्छे कर्म, साथ यही दे जाना है। आइए जो आशा से गरीबों की बहुत ताकत होती है। यदि आप एक पैसा भी दान देते हैं तो वो कहीं ना कहीं आपके पुण्य के खाते में जा पाता है। कहते हैं ना कि दुआएं दवा से अधिक पावरफुल होती हैं। जब कहीं से किसी को लाभ नहीं होता तो केवल जरूरतमंद की दुआएं ईश्वर पहुंचकर प्राणी मात्र को लाभ पहुंचाती है। अपने कदम बढ़िए, वह एक गरीब व्यक्ति की जिंदगी संवारे, अपना योगदान देने का संकल्प और मानवता का प्रमाण दे। मंगलम भगवान वीरो।
Thank you all. Shall we break for lunch? It is